Hello and good morning. This is the second day of the 55th International Meeting of Writers and Writers for Peace Committee. Dobro jutro, lepo pozdravljeni na 55. mednarodnem srečanju pisateljev, predvsem pisateljev za mir. Danes so na vrsti okrogle mize in začeli bomo s tradicijo. Tradicija je, da najprej predstavimo prazen stol. Please, Aurelia Dondo, head of Europe and Central Asia, would you present the empty chair for today?
Hi everyone, the empty chair is that of Julian Assange from the United Kingdom. WikiLeaks founder and publisher Julian Assange was arrested in April 2019 at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, where he had been given asylum for almost 7 years. He was arrested for breaching his bail conditions in 2012 and further arrested on behalf of the US authorities under an extradition warrant for his role in obtaining and publishing classified military and diplomatic documents in 2010. In the US, Assange would face trial on 17 counts under the Espionage Act and 1 count under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which combined could see him imprisoned for up to 175 years. On the 17th of June 2022, the UK Home Secretary approved his extradition. His legal team has lodged an appeal at the UK High Court. PEN International has repeatedly stressed that Assange's prosecution raises profound concerns about freedom of the press and sends a dangerous signal to journalists and publishers worldwide. PEN International calls on US authorities to drop the charges against Assange and withdraw their extradition request. PEN International further calls on the UK authorities to refrain from extraditing Assange and to release him from prison immediately. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Aurélia. Aujourd'hui, nous avons la traduction simultanée, donc il faut avoir les trucs et les langues de jour seront espagnol, français et anglais et sloven. Donc, ampak zdajle imam pa eno veliko čast in priložnost, da v naših vrstah pozdravim gospoda Antona Možana, župana Bleda, občine, ki nam najdlje od vseh slovenskih občin stoji ob strani. S PEN-om je povezana več desetletij občina Bled in ne samo vsebinsko, tudi sicer so nam resnično veliki partnerji. Gospod Anton župan Bleda, prosim vas.
Spoštovane udeleženke, spoštovani udeleženci mednarodnega srečanja odbora pisateljev in pisateljic za mir, dobrodošli na Bledu. Vesel in ponosen sem, da vas, kot lahko rečem zaenkrat še novi župan občine Bled, pozdravim tule v tem čudovitem okolju. Zdaj novi župan zato, ker sem na tem mestu od meseca decembra. Lahko pa rečem, da nisem Hvala lepa. Lahko pa rečem, da nisem pa nek novi obraz na tej lokalni politični sceni. Bil sem 16 let občinski svetnik in pa 8 let podžupan občine Bled. To pa govorim zato, da povem, da vem, koliko pomenijo takšni dogodki, kot je tale, takšno srečanje, tudi za našo lokalno skupnost. Konec koncev za našo prepoznavnost in za to, da veste, da ste dobrodošli vedno v našem kraju. Bled je čudovit, mislim, da se s tem lahko vsi skupaj strinjamo. Mi se tega zavedamo in želimo to čudovitost ohraniti, ne samo na tem naravnem nivoju, ampak tudi na tem, da se boste dobro, prijetno počutili v našem okolju, v naši družbi. Bled je, mislim, da eno čudovito mesto za pridobiti tudi kakšen navdih za nova umetniška dela, ne glede na to, ali je to pisateljsko, ali je to pesniško, ali kakšno drugo umetniško izražanje. In moram reči mimogrede, da sem ponosen, da sem danes lahko v vaši družbi nisem si predstavljal, da bom kdaj takole med pisatelji, ker nisem vedel, da bom župan, vedel sem pa, oziroma sem pa tudi avtor ene knjige, oziroma druga je v nastajanju, oziroma čaka zdaj le še malo več mojega časa, da bo išla, je že lektorirana. Tista prva pa je nastala v času covida in hvala. In čeprav sem zdaj le tule po funkciji župana, se nekako čutim del pripadam tudi, bom rekel, po tej umetniški plati. Da ne bom predolg, jaz vam želim, bom rekel, veliko kvalitetno preživetih ur tule na Bledu, pri vaših razpravah, pri vaših razmišljanjih. Uživajte v naši družbi, mogoče se vidimo tudi zvečer na večerji, če se bo le dalo, se udeležim, tako da se vidimo tudi v restauraciji Špica. Čez dan pa vam želim res kvalitetno preživeti dan, uživajte in razpravljajte o tem, kar ste se pač namenili. Dobrodošli na Bledu.
Najlepša hvala. Thank you so much. Now I will leave of the first round table, Imagine All the People, to Germán Rojas, Chair of the Writers for Peace Committee. Please, yes, with your panelists, you can take the floor, while I maybe just say that we have 2 roundtables today. For 1 hour, Germán will discuss with his panelists, and then we have with each roundtable 2 hours for discussion. So take out your notebooks and write what you're going to talk about, discuss, ask maybe the panelists. Please, Germán, you will. Yeah. Shall I call them? Yeah, Boris, can you please join us? You can leave the stuff there. I'll be sitting there. Okay, all right, sorry. I just wanted to be helpful. So, Catherine Bisquet, please take your seat. Hannah Navat, please take your seat as panelist. Antoine Spire, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Well, in the afternoon, we will finish at 4 o'clock. Then you have some free time. Let's hope for the sunshine to come out. And at 8 o'clock in the restaurant Špica, we are guests of our dear mayor who was here with us today.
Ok, muchas gracias por su paciencia. Yo lo primero que quiero hacer es agradecer a los organizadores por darnos esta posibilidad de hablar en nuestro propio idioma en esta reunión. No hablaré todo el tiempo en español para facilitar la comunicación, pero sí en esta parte introductoria. Yo quiero darle la bienvenida a todos ustedes por estar participando en este encuentro, un encuentro público, abierto a gente que no necesariamente es de PEN y que yo creo que va a ayudar muchísimo al trabajo nuestro en el futuro del comité, porque precisamente es la reflexión sobre los temas y los contenidos de lo que la paz significa y una visión hacia el futuro de ello, lo que nos puede ayudar a tener un comité activo, un comité con capacidad de propuestas, un comité con capacidad de acción en las cosas que estamos enfrentando. Yo lo primero que quiero hacer es una breve introducción y ahora me voy al inglés. Well, the purpose of this roundtable is inspired, as you know, in John Lennon's song Imagine All the People, written in 1971. The invitation letter you received, in that letter was explained that when John Lennon wrote this song, the third astronaut mission landed on the moon. The Vietnam War spread to Laos.
and the people of Bangladesh were faced with genocide. Like today, there were wars and repression in nearly every corner in the world. The topic of the fourth Bled meeting that year was, why do we write? Maybe the answer lies in the word imagine. Just imagine a world from Lennon's songs could be made possible. What kind of social order would foster peace? Liberal, capitalist, controlled, free? Could it be the same social order in every country and continent? Imagine all the people and challenge the present world burning with wars with prospects for peace. That was the introduction that appeared, and that was the information that our panelists had when they were invited to join this table. The idea to reflect on the future prospect for peace on the basis of the experience that the invited panelists have had in the past. That's the reason why it's not only that we are asking them to reflect their opinions on the experiences that they face in the country, but that's the starting point, and then to have a forward-looking vision towards the future. Well, let me start by introducing our first panelist, someone you already know and appreciate for her most tremendous work in the articulation of the cultural movement that is working for spaces of freedom in the struggle against the Cuban dictatorship. I refer to Catherine Bisquet, Cuban writer born in Ciudad Nuclear in 1992. She's a multimedia producer of Diario de Cuba, graduated in Spanish language from University of Havana, has published the following poetry books: Algo aquí se descompone in 2014, Nuclear City, Mon Amour, 2020, and Uranio Empobrecido in 2021. She has directed the film En San Isidro, the short documentary produced in 2023 that we just saw yesterday. Organizer and curator of the Biennial 2018 of Havana, and one of the barricaded and strikers of San Isidro 2020, who later became a human rights activist and member of the group 27N. She has published poetry, chronicles, and interviews in several magazines and newspapers. She is co-creator of Realta magazine, column Cuban Cinema in Quarantine, el cinema cubano en cuarentena, in 2020, an initiative to research, rescue, and promote Cuban cinema. Was also a resident in Künstler's Haus Bethanien in Berlin from 21 to 22, and recently became the winner of the Poetry Prize of City of Alcalá 2022 in Spain with the poetry book Esquizopatria. Dear Catherine, puedes hablar tranquilamente.
Muchas gracias, Emma, por la presentación. Me parece vital hablar sobre este tema, ¿no? Sobre la imaginación y sobre todo las posibilidades que les pueda quedar a uno para trabajar y para soñar. Durante el tiempo que estuve en prisión domiciliaria en Cuba, me hicieron una entrevista donde me preguntaron que cómo podía seguir trabajando bajo la represión, bajo un clima de violencia diaria, a lo que respondí brevemente en aquel entonces que si dejaba de escribir ganaban ellos. O sea, ya me tenían a mí, trato de que no secuestren mi imaginación también. La seguridad del Estado, en efecto, me mantuvo inmovilizada en mi propia casa por largos meses. Pero esto no impidió que siguiera con mi trabajo, con la traducción de toda esa violencia a otro lenguaje, poesía, crónica, ficción. Era la única manera en la que podía escapar de allí. Y toda esa violencia quedó sometida a un verso, sometida a la belleza y a la gravedad de un verso. La imaginación es el primer paso para ensayar la libertad. En Cuba hemos ensayado el país que queremos desde allí. Por o desde esa proyección luchamos, por o desde esa proyección nos defendemos. Imagino a todos esos cubanos, a toda esa gente con elecciones libres, con un sistema judicial que los proteja a ellos por encima del partido, con autonomía, con un Estado de derechos, con una educación sin adoctrinamientos, siendo remunerados por su trabajo, creando con libertad, expresándose con libertad, teniendo opciones, poder viajar, no tener que pedir visa a casi todos los países del mundo, porque para esos países somos posibles, somos potenciales emigrantes. Imagino el regreso a casa, imagino volver a ver a mi padre. Puede que tarde décadas este sueño, pero eso mismo hemos empezado a reclamarlo ya, desde ya. Este poema que les leeré a continuación fue escrito bajo esos meses de prisión. Es acerca de la ironía de estar siendo reprimido mientras se está en una aparente calma, en una aparente paz. Para ello imaginé un día de libertad. Este poema, que no tiene título, comienza con un excerco de Ilya Kaminsky, poeta ucraniano. El poema se titula En tiempos de paz. No escucho disparos, pero miro a los pájaros chapotear en los patios traseros de los suburbios. Qué brillante es el cielo mientras la avenida gira sobre su eje. Qué brillante es el cielo, perdóname, qué brillante. En tiempos de paz, Ilya Kaminsky. Y sí, esta vez he podido salir de mi casa, solo esta vez. Y he corrido por toda la avenida del malecón, con la desconfianza hacia abajo, la fuerza hacia el frente y el deseo hacia el mar. La gente paseaba a sus perros y hacían gimnasia en el parque, con la placidez que supone la libertad absoluta, porque en tiempos de paz no hay mayor alegría que estirar los cuerpos para eliminar la obsolescencia y tener el privilegio de que tu perro cague en el espacio público donde debió cagar toda la vida. Porque si alguien tiene conciencia de que el animal obedece solo a los dictados de la vida, es su propio dueño. Corrí entonces hasta un punto específico, el mismo punto de siempre, con el cuidado de no pasarme un metro de la meta señalada. No porque me lo prohibieran, sino por el respeto al cansancio de mis acciones repetidas, porque en tiempos de paz se puede correr el mundo siempre y cuando tus pulmones alcancen. El mundo, que es una manera de decir hipódromo. Qué felicidad trotar por la hierba recién cortada, cuando te lo permiten los días no históricos de sus calendarios. Pisar las flores y escuchar el romper de las olas, pensé luego, con los músculos recogidos, que podría conspirar la creación de un plan de relajamiento ciudadano, porque en tiempos de paz, qué mejor que devolverle a la sociedad un manual de mejoras para la planificación física. Pero ¿de qué conspiración hablo? Si precisamente son estos los días donde debemos sentirnos dichosos, pues en tiempos de paz no puede acometer la duda para esconder tus ideas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Catherine, por tu presentación. A mí me gusta en la vida en general tener una visión optimista de las cosas y por eso tratar de ver la parte llena de los vasos. Y es curioso que a ti y a mí la cárcel, sea una cárcel de verdad o sea la prisión domiciliaria, permite la escritura de cosas tan hermosas como las que has escrito tú, que de otra manera no habrían salido a la luz. Gracias, Catherine. Well, I would like now to introduce my friend Antoine Spire from Pen Club Français, who is a journalist and writer. He worked for 23 years at France Culture. Today, he hosts a 90-minute program every Friday at 9 p.m. on Dvema TV, Tambour Battant. He is the author of some 30 books, including Pour la liberté d'expression, which has just been published by Éditions Le Bordelot on the occasion of the centenary of the French Pen Club. Antoine has been president of the French Pen Club for 3 years already, and this time you can speak freely in French without restriction, thanks to the interpretation that we have and the facilities provided for us today.
Je remercie beaucoup mon ami Herman de ce qu'il vient de dire. C'est pas toujours simple, cette question des langues. Je dis juste une phrase pour dire qu'il y a 3 langues au Pen Club à l'échelle mondiale, qui sont les langues officielles: l'anglais, l'espagnol et le français. Et la pratique, petit à petit, progresse d'exclure le français, d'exclure l'espagnol. Et je vois des amis qui ont été élevés comme francophones choisir l'anglais à la place du français. Et je trouve ça absolument scandaleux. Parce que je crois qu'il faut maintenir cette pluralité, et parce que je crois que les PEN, c'est une organisation pluraliste. Elle doit être aussi une organisation plurilinguiste, et on doit protéger non seulement les grandes langues du PEN, mais toutes les langues, et donc toute la diversité culturelle. Et je crois que c'est très grave, cette évolution qui d'année en année me voit assister à l'impérialisme de la langue anglaise de façon absolument scandaleuse. Voilà, je dis ça, la langue n'est pas seulement un élément de communication. C'est une chose d'ailleurs sur laquelle j'aurai l'occasion peut-être un jour de revenir ici. Ce n'est pas un élément de communication seulement. C'est aussi le fruit d'un travail artistique, littéraire et hélas, au PEN, alors qu'on devrait justement considérer cette diversité comme indispensable, on l'exclut progressivement. Alors maintenant, je voudrais parler de 2 questions par rapport à ce qui est notre rêve. Voilà, nous avons tous ce rêve de paix. Mais je constate que depuis très longtemps, ce rêve de paix fait bon marché de la réalité. Et je voudrais parler de cette réalité qui se transforme d'année en année et qui nous pousse, nous d'ailleurs, Pen Club français, à réfléchir à 2 principes qu'ont les Pen Clubs qui, à nos yeux, ne sont plus susceptibles de fonctionner. Le premier, c'est l'apolitisme. Cette idée absurde que le PEN serait une organisation apolitique. C'est absolument fantastique. Nous défendons, et nous nous y attelons partout, ceux qui sont en difficulté, ceux qui sont empêchés, ceux qui n'ont pas la liberté d'expression. Nous les défendons partout. Mais nous les défendons contre qui? Contre des régimes qui portent atteinte à la liberté d'expression. Et si on veut bien regarder ce qui s'est passé dans l'histoire, à plusieurs reprises dans l'histoire, depuis la création du Pen Club, anglais il y a 102 ans, français il y a 101 ans, nous avons été confrontés à des gens qui, au fond, disaient « ben voilà, il faut être apolitique ». Mais très vite, après la première année d'existence du Pen Club, s'est posé le problème des exactions commises pendant la guerre de 14-18 par l'armée allemande. Et on a eu des Allemands qui ont été exclus du Pen belge dès les débuts des Pen Clubs pour désaccords politiques. On ne fait pas de politique, mais on exclut quand même les Allemands, etc. On a des pratiques absolument paradoxales et contradictoires. Alors, J'ai plein d'exemples historiques à donner, mais c'est pas intéressant seulement les exemples historiques. Enfin, c'est intéressant pour fonder son propos, mais il faut parler de ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, c'est que tout le monde dit qu'il veut la paix. Nous avons un conflit qui aujourd'hui, disons, ébranle l'Europe. Je vous ferai remarquer que si on veut bien regarder comment se sont déroulées la guerre de 14 mondiale, la guerre de 39-45 mondiale, elles ont commencé par des conflits qui paraissaient locaux et qui sont devenus mondiaux. Je prétends que ce qui se passe aujourd'hui depuis l'agression russe en Ukraine, c'est l'amorce d'un nouveau conflit mondial. Si nous n'y prenons garde, ce conflit va évoluer de façon absolument dramatique. C'est déjà le cas avec la position de la Chine, c'est déjà le cas avec les conditions dans lesquelles l'OTAN se renforce, et c'est inquiétant. Aujourd'hui, les exactions sont commises par la Russie, et on a quelque chose qui se passe qui est absolument dramatique. Je voudrais dire d'un mot, et je sais que la plupart d'entre vous ici ont été frappés par les déportations d'enfants. On n'a pas eu de déportation d'enfants comme ça dans toute l'histoire mondiale, avec cette intensité, où on visait les enfants. C'est la première fois qu'on vise les enfants de façon spécifique, en voulant les dénaturaliser, en voulant leur enlever leur culture et leur langue. Nous, les Juifs, on a essayé de nous exterminer pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. J'ai dans ma famille un certain nombre de personnes qui ont été arrêtées, déportées, assassinées. Mais jamais on n'a pointé les enfants systématiquement. C'est vrai que les autorités vichistes ont voulu faire disparaître des enfants parce que les parents disparaissaient et que ça risquait de faire désordre vis-à-vis de la population française qui était hésitante. Et on a eu des déportations d'enfants, avec cette fameuse phrase d'un Premier ministre français de l'époque, de Vichy, qui a dit eh bien, nous déporterons les enfants aussi. Alors que les Allemands ne le demandaient pas. Je voudrais rappeler que les Allemands ne le demandaient pas. Ils ne demandaient pas la déportation des enfants. Mais ils l'ont eu grâce à des Français sympathiques, qui jouent un rôle important à Vichy. Donc, ce qui se passe aujourd'hui en Ukraine, avec les crimes concernant la population civile, qui sont des crimes terribles, on a tous en tête les images qui sont montrées aujourd'hui à l'échelle internationale. C'est quelque chose de très grave. Et qu'est-ce qui est en train de se passer? C'est que comme ça se déroule depuis maintenant 18 mois, un peu plus de, disons, d'un an, 15 ou 16 mois, je ne veux pas dire de bêtises, 15 ou 16 mois, on a une situation très très étonnante. C'est que les gens commencent à se lasser de soutenir l'Ukraine et disent, il faut trouver la paix quand même, il faut qu'on négocie, il faut qu'on se mette autour d'une table. Oui, il faut qu'on négocie. Mais est-ce qu'on peut négocier avec l'une des parties qui est infiniment plus puissante que l'autre? C'est ça la question. Donc on fait de la politique. Oui, on fait de la politique. On ne peut pas être apolitique dans une affaire comme celle-là. Être apolitique, ça veut dire on ne fait rien. Et en conséquence, on dit, mettons-nous autour d'une table. Mais qui va dominer autour de la table? Celui qui a le plus de moyens, celui qui est le plus fort, celui qui est le plus puissant, celui qui a les alliances avec la Chine, qui aujourd'hui devient une puissance extraordinaire. C'est vrai que l'Ukraine peut s'appuyer sur les États-Unis. C'est vrai que les États-Unis ne sont pas un pays parfait. Mais aucun pays n'est parfait. Moi, vous me citerez vos pays parfaits, je suis vraiment très intéressé. Parce que si vous croyez que la France est parfaite, moi j'y vis en France. Les exactions contre les migrants, hein, je les connais. Les conditions dans lesquelles on expulse des gens qui ont peu de moyens financiers, je les connais. Donc on ne peut pas dire qu'il y ait un pays parfait, où que ce soit. Alors, si vous voulez qu'on ait des critiques politiques contre les États-Unis, c'est évident. Moi, j'ai énormément de critiques politiques contre les États-Unis. Et puisque Herman est là, qu'il est chilien, qu'il a fait de la prison, pour moi, l'un des pires crimes de la dernière mondiale, de la dernière période, c'est ce qui s'est passé avec le coup d'État de Pinochet, soutenu évidemment par l'impérialisme américain. Je le vois, hein, je ne suis pas idiot. Mais est-ce que, parce que les États-Unis sont du côté de l'Ukraine, il faut ne pas soutenir l'Ukraine? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Alors je sais bien ce qui se passe. Ce qui se passe dans une organisation comme le Pen Club, c'est la chose suivante. C'est des victimes, bravo, vous êtes des victimes, on vous soutient, on est solidaires. Mais si on réfléchit à la paix, on ne veut pas réfléchir politiquement. Alors on dit, la paix, c'est on se met autour d'une table. Non, avant de se mettre autour d'une table, il faut être sûr que l'équilibre sera organisé. Il faut être sûr que celui qui domine économiquement, militairement dans le conflit, ne continuera pas à dominer militairement, politiquement dans le conflit. C'est ça la question principale. Alors, en conséquence, il faut affaiblir la Russie par rapport à l'Ukraine pour qu'on arrive à quelque chose d'à peu près équilibré. Et que l'Ukraine puisse récupérer la totalité de son territoire, y compris ce qui a été volé en 2014. C'est une question capitale. Le territoire de l'Ukraine, il est ce qu'il était avant l'agression de 2014. Donc, je fais de la politique. Et on ne peut pas dire qu'on ne fait pas de politique, si on veut bien être sérieux avec les victimes. Et alors là, je voudrais dire que les victimes ne sont pas que des victimes. C'est aussi des acteurs de l'histoire. Et les Ukrainiens sont des acteurs de leur propre histoire. On ne peut pas seulement les traiter comme victimes, il faut qu'on les traite comme des responsables, des gens qui agissent, qui pensent, et qui en conséquence ont le droit d'être partie prenante dans le processus de paix. Deuxième question, et je terminerai là parce que je ne veux pas être trop long, c'est sur la question de la paix. C'est vrai qu'on est tous attachés à la paix. Le gros problème, c'est comment y arriver. Et ma grande différence avec tous ceux qui disent paix, 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 c'est que moi, je suis français. Et que j'ai en tête ce qui s'est passé à Munich. Moi, je pense avec l'histoire et avec Munich. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé à Munich? Vous le savez, 2 ministres, anglais et français, ont fait le voyage pour aller parler avec Hitler. Et ce voyage, ça a été de dire à Hitler, ok, la première invasion a été faite, continuez, ça va, on signe un processus de paix, il y aura toujours la paix. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans la belle France, dont je suis citoyen depuis 1610, depuis 500 ans, je suis citoyen français. Tous les Français ne peuvent pas le dire autant, mais moi je peux dire ça. Moi. Je suis citoyen français depuis 1610, j'ai les papiers. En conséquence, je dis, qu'est-ce qui se passe en France? Eh bien, on s'est réjoui de cette paix à Munich. Très peu nombreux ont été ceux qui ont été contre. Et moi, je tire comme solution de cette affaire, je tire comme enseignement de cette affaire qu'on ne peut pas recommencer Munich. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas se remettre autour d'une table pour dire à Poutine, continuez Charlie, on veut la paix. Non. Aujourd'hui, on tremble en Biélorussie. Aujourd'hui, on tremble dans tous les pays de l'Est qui sont susceptibles d'être envahis par Poutine. Et si vous regardez ce qu'est la Pologne, si vous regardez ce qui se passe dans l'Europe de l'Est, et si vous voyez le moindre pays d'Europe de l'Est, dans tous les pays d'Europe de l'Est, il y a eu une solidarité remarquable avec les Ukrainiens, parce qu'ils savent très bien, et pour cause, oui, parce qu'ils savent très bien qu'ils peuvent être effectivement envahis dans les mêmes conditions par Poutine. Ils aimeraient bien qu'il y ait une solidarité. Donc, si je réfléchis un instant à ce pacifisme qui a frappé à Munich, pour ma part, je ne veux pas qu'il frappe une deuxième fois.
Thanks a lot, Antoine, for your intervention. I would like now to introduce our next panelist. She is Dr. Annan Hawat, President of PEN Palestine, member of the Palestine National Council, Cultural Advisor of the Government of Jerusalem from 2006 to 2011, Ambassador of the International Feast Day of the United Nations, Ambassador of the International Poetry Movement, and she was Cultural Advisor of former President Yasser Arafat from 1988 to 2004. With a PhD in Literature and Islamic Studies and Modern Literature, she was the founder of the General Union of Palestinian Writers, founder and president of the Palestine section of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and founder of the Palestine Journalists Union, among many other things that she has done. Hanan has written more than 10 books, as well as several academic papers, many of them about women in Palestine. Finally, I would like to mention that she has received many, many awards and honors in her country, as well as in other places, such as Italy, Mali, China, Portugal, Spain, United States, Romania, Pakistan, Colombia, and Venezuela. The floor is yours, Anna.
Thank you so much. Speaking about writers and about PEN and what can we do for in a peace committee as an important committee, one has to shed light on the current situation in Palestine and what through this situation, what can we do. I called the paper On the Edge of Volcano when I wrote it 2 weeks ago to send it to my friend. Now we are inside the volcano, not on the edge of volcano. Dear friends from all over the world, greetings from all the members of Palestine, PEN inside Palestine, and the exile. I salute you from behind the barbed wire, from the capital of the occupied Palestine, Jerusalem, from the screams of mothers, the cry of children, and the bleeding fingers of the writers. What is the value of a man without a homeland, without a banner, and without a fixed address? Palestine is a fixed address for the Palestinians. Living refuge in our country under Israeli occupation and illegal expansion, under justified killings and apartheid, is the reality of our life. How can my pen outburst to transport portraits that did not exist even in the old legends, and not even in the history crimes which were recorded letters of subjugation? And how can I converse on the rivers of blood that leaks through the corridors of our country? What shall I say when the torture of our people by the occupation and the pain of women and children and writers and scholars cover the pages of our life? What shall I say on the silence of the big powers allows the poison to inflict us in a genocide journey? Are we human beings? The question has to be asked. Or merely a glowing destiny birthed from existence? Do we have the right to live with dignity, or our right is engraved in the tomb of death without shroud? The occupation, with its towering presence, stands with pride in an attire, with a tank of burning. Advanced building of many settlements taking the land of Palestine. The peace initiative was declared to have two-state solution. The state of Palestine on the borders of 1967 and the state of Israel. And we signed the Oslo Agreement. And according to the Oslo Agreement, we were supposed to declare the Palestinian state in 1999. But until now, there is no Palestinian state. There is no land. All the land were grabbed, and we just left very little percentage in Palestine. And as you see in the photos in the TVs, how the struggle is continuing. Therefore, we ask always, where is the peace? Where is the peace when Israel systematic state terrorism, apartheid, crimes against humanity mark its existence? Where is the peace when we see the children underage in prison? Where is the peace when many prisoners are very sick and they're not treated and they died? Where is the peace when we are refugees in our country? No freedom of movement, no freedom of expression, no freedom even of worship, no life protected except checkpoints scattered in the entrance of the cities, forbidding people from entering Jerusalem, raiding mosques every day with the protection of the police and soldiers. The settler entered the holy places led by the settler Ben Gabir, and he is protecting them. Where is the peace when another war against innocent people in Gaza? Now 2 wars in Gaza in 1 year. And you can imagine how many people were killed and how many injured and how many houses were destructed. And they also attacking the churches and the mosques and the Christian to worship in their churches. And well, when you see the last wars affected everybody in Palestine, affected the writers, affected the mothers and the children, and we are in mourning days. I came to this meeting with my all respect to my friends, because I feel that we as Peace Committee can do something. We were in mourning before I come, and it was impossible to attend the other meeting. So these are the reality. Truly, we cannot know the people who were killed by the occupation soldier in Gaza, in West Bank, inside Jerusalem. We cannot also count the number of prisoners of conscience in Israeli jail. As I told you yesterday, every writer in Palestine was experienced in prison, as well as the Palestinian people. Attack shooting journalism to hide the truth. As you see with Shireen Abu Akleh, not only Shireen Abu Akleh, we have hundreds were attacked and many media places were destroyed. Then the question is to be asked, where is Palestine time? When we spend long hours in the checkpoints between the cities. And then the most important question is, where is the international law when Israel do not adhere to any articles and to any law? Occupation soldiers can enter any city and take whoever they want without permission from the authority. We have Ramallah and other cities are liberated, despite the fact they enter and do whatever they want. And we say it's really shameful when you feel you are independent in your city and the occupation comes and kill and take the people and see, as you see in Hawara, in Nablus in the north, and in Jenin, how many people were killed. I'm sorry that I'm telling these very sad stories, but in order to come to conclusion, to think together what we can do. How shameful resolution to declare Jerusalem as only belonging to the occupation, as declared on the 6th of December 2017 by President Trump. A president of great power distributed Palestine and gave as a gift Jerusalem to the occupation as if it is his family inheritance. Continued by President Biden, stating the state policy and support the occupation. As you see, every day they support the occupation. Even the occupation killed the people, they say, okay, Israel has the right to defend itself. And leaving aside the Palestinians without practical promises, they say no state of Palestine, we can give you just economic help. So Palestine state was recognized by 138 states in the world out of 193. So what we really need now is to recognize the state of Palestine at the border of 1967. We need we need to end the occupation. It is the last and the most difficult and illegal occupation that continues. The conclusion. I just do some lights of what's going on. Enough is enough. 75 years of occupation is enough. It is the time to reveal the truth and declare reality. It is a time for honest intervention by third power to stand against the vetoes that always stand in front of our resolution. And the Palestinian resolution has to be implemented, as you are aware and know that we have as many resolutions of the Security Council and the United Nations, but it's still on the shelf, never be implemented. In the first step towards peace, the recognition is very important, and the settlement has to be stopped. And we call for international protection for Palestinian people, because in the situation is very dangerous on daily basis. And all the resolutions shall be implemented, and to end the last occupation in the world. What does it mean to be a Palestinian when your flesh is torn into pieces of pale color? What does it mean to stay Palestinian when you are fully tortured and crucified? Where is the voice of humanity? International Writers' Conference. I really thought about it very much, that while we are together, I thought that we could do two things. And we discussed it with my friend yesterday, to find a group of solidarity for pushing forward the issue of Palestine, to be known and listened to. And I think that we have, as Writers for Peace, which is very important committee of international pen, we can make international conference for peace when we invite writers from different parts of the world. And I do believe that the world cannot be shackled or imprisoned, whatever the occupation power tried. So these words can flee through all the walls and to reach to the people. In the free thinkers and solidarity group of writers can change the ugly face of occupation. Our pledge is to support peace and justice and Palestinian dignity with our resisting world for freedom and withdrawal of the last longest occupation. I see time now is for writers and thinkers. Through their words and stances, the situation can move forward and solutions must be found. The state who doesn't listen to its writer, the notion can be achieved through International Writers' Congress for promotion, peace, justice, and human dignity, through special texts and statements that confirm our stance, and through strategic plan for better future, short plan and long plan. We cannot stay silent when we see the last occupation continues its violation and any other oppressed people in the world, not only for Palestine. We cannot be silent for anybody who are oppressed. It's violation against our people and against humanity. We work together in one hand, in different views and one views then I hope we will keep hope alive despite all the difficulties that we live. We hope we keep the hope alive. We believe in you, in our friendship, in our path for freedom and justice. Thank you.
Many thanks, Hanan, for your intervention. And now, last but not least, I would like to introduce my friend Boris Novak. He's a Slovenian poet, playwright, translator, professor of comparative literature at the University of Ljubljana, and vice president of International PEN. In the 90s, Boris organized humanitarian help for refugees from the former Yugoslavia and writers from the besieged city of Sarajevo. Among other books, he has published poetry volumes, Daughter of Memory, 1001 Verses, Coronation, The Master of Insomnia, Alba, Echo, Glowing, Rites of Valediction, Small Personal Mythology, Freedom is a Birth, and Tragedy, Cassandra. His lifelong project is a notebook of poetic forms. Forms of the World, written in 1991, Form of the Heart, 1997, and Forms of the Spirit, in 2016. Boris Novak's opus magnum is the epic, The Door of No Return, 45,000 verses on 2,300 pages in 3 books. Boris translates poetry and prose from French, Ancient Provençal, Dutch, as well as American, English, and Irish poetry, among other languages. His poetry was translated and published in the USA, France, Croatia, Serbia, Slovakia, Germany, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Macedonia, Montenegro, Spain, and his Strategy in Verses Cassandra in Russian. Novak received several national and international awards, among them the highest Slovene award for lifetime achievement, the Prešeren Prize. The floor is yours, dear Boris.
Gracias. Začel bom v slovenščini, na kar bom prešel tudi na francoščino in angleščino. In ker je bil zdaj omenjen Prešeren, naj poudarim, da njegova romantična pesnitev Krst pri Savici, Baptism under the Fall of Savica, že vsebuje vse, o čemer mi pravzaprav govorimo. Če pogledate to jezero, se zdi mirno, idilično, kot da tukaj ni mogoče nobeno nasilje. Kot Prešeren upesnjuje v Krstu pri Savici, je bil to kraj, ki je bil zaznamovan skrbjo, s pokristjanjevanjem Slovencev pred mnogimi Slovenci in seveda zelo tragičnimi zgodbami. Quant à la langue française, je dois dire que l'occupation française dans la période de Napoléon était assez souple à cause du fait que Napoléon a demandé Jernej Kopitar, le linguiste qui était adviseur de l'empereur autrichien pour les questions slaves, comment approcher et obtenir la Slovénie. Et Kopitar lui a répondu, pas avec les armes, utiliser la langue, donner aux Slovènes la langue, et ils seraient les vôtres. Ce que Napoléon a dit, contrairement, bien sûr, au massacre qu'il a commis ailleurs, par exemple en Espagne et plusieurs autres places. Alors, le musée national de la Slovénie a toujours les grandes affiches en français et en slovène, en disant « Mes amis slovènes, je ne suis pas votre ennemi, je viens comme ami, et nous n'avons qu'un ennemi commun, et c'est l'anglais maudit. » Alors, et il faudrait ensemble combattre contre l'ennemi commun, l'anglais maudit. C'est la raison pourquoi les Slovènes ont accepté Napoléon avec les sympathies. Ces sympathies ont changé, bien sûr, quand Napoléon s'est mis à organiser, à mobiliser les Slovènes pour la campagne russe, bien sûr. Mais cette période était très importante pour la culture slovène et pour la langue slovène. La première université a été formée à Ljubljana avec bâtie sur la langue slovène, etc. Mais en même temps, il faudrait dire que la propagande autrichienne a utilisé les textes dramatiques qui montrent une unité de soldats français qui voudraient utiliser les cloches à l'île de Bled pour faire les canons. Et les braves femmes de Bled, pas les hommes, mais les femmes, sont celles qui absolument se battent contre les soldats français et bien sûr avec un grand succès. C'est très intéressant qu'ici, en Bled et dans l'environnement, les femmes traditionnellement utilisent la forme masculine des mots. Ce qui probablement signifie qu'il y a eu toujours un matriarcat très fort ici. And now to go to the closer times, this Bled was very important for the secret clandestine roads which the Jewish immigrants used in the 30s to find a shelter here and then to run further for their lives. Bled was, as the German expression says, Judenfreundlich. I had luck to speak about it for a long time and to exchange letters with the great Israeli poet Yehuda Amichai, who then explained to me with great enthusiasm how for him Bled was an image of paradise, and that is also Preshel's image of the Bled Lake. How the family came here, and he was especially moved and happy about the fact that he was able to swim here in the Lake of Bled together with the royal princess of the dynasty Karageorgievich on the other side of the lake by the royal palace.
Yeah.
I think that you all remember Batsheva Sherif, a long-time president of the Israeli pen, who came here always with her husband. Only 20 years after coming here, he told us why he is coming here, because he was saved through Bled. and then explained how after a dangerous and very tiresome journey with a train from the Eastern Europe, he fell asleep, and then he was awakened by the birds singing. And he opened his eyes and then saw greenery and a lake below him, and the railroad station of Bled has the most beautiful view over the lake. So that was his image of probably the only childhood happiness that he experienced. At the same time, we should know that he was an Israeli general and the commandant of the logistics in the June war between Israel and Egypt. So reality is complicated. And here, of course, we should also lend our ears and believe what Hanan Avad has been telling us for so many years. And it is really a pity that Israel, country which was formed as a historic shelter for the people who was persecuted and exiled for so many centuries, is treating Palestinians like that. And the new extremely escalated policy of Netanyahu is in this way very dangerous. To finish this part of my storytelling about the lake of Bled, on the other side of the lake was the Gestapo headquarters for the whole region of Gorenska. On the other side of the mountains, one of my uncles, who was one of the organizers of the resistance in this area, organized a camp for partisans because knowing Germans, he understood that they would not search for partisans so close. This uncle was then unfortunately killed by his own comrades not far away from here. The grave was never found. If you go to the graveyard of Bled, you will find a lot of graves with names or nameless, and those are mostly members of the resistance or people who were simply executed as hostages. During the fortunately short war, when Yugoslav army attacked Slovenia, I stayed as then president of the Slovene PEN in Ljubljana, informing the international public about the truth of this aggression. And my family, wife and 2 children were here in Bled because we thought that it was a safe place. Then my friends called me and told me that my wife with a little daughter in a carriage was taken prisoner by the unit of the Yugoslav army who had a mad officer shooting to all sides. And then the soldiers themselves protected my family. So what I want to say is that this idyllic image is very fragile, like of course all beauty is. Having said that, I would like to also personally say that the choice of John Lennon's Imagine as the title of this round table has moved me because it was a song which was personally important to me. It was an anthem of our generation. And the year 1971, when it was released, was the year of the student movement, where I also participated. We have occupied the Faculty of Arts, Filozofska fakulteta in Ljubljana, had our clashes with police, and of course it was a time of the of the hippie movement, of experimental art, of avant-garde, and that is something which is crucial here. Utopia, I believe, always has to do with the new language. I'm sorry that Monika Žagar, our colleague, is not here, because she has just published a great novel about Šumi. Šumi was a little cafeteria in the center of Ljubljana, actually under the street level, where we have literally, we have been standing for days and years. We learned a lot of it. It was a center of the student movement, of all the dissidents, of the avant-garde. So we all have, well, nostalgic about it. What I would here like to point out is that, of course, John Lennon Imagine is a utopian song. But what we did not know at the time of the student rebellion was that for centuries and millennia, utopia was always connected with imagination and with the poetic language. And here I would like to point out to the original Utopia, written by Thomas More, and today's editions and translations of Utopia, including 2 Slovene translations, which are good, always edited in an unacceptable way, omitting the beginning. The beginning of the Utopia, the first chapter, contains the rules of the new language, and then a vocabulary of the crucial words, and several poems that Thomas More wrote in this new language, in a new alphabet that he had invented. So, poetic imagination is actually a birthplace of utopia. And of course, we all feel it then when we hear a fresh poetic image, that we see the world like with the children's eyes, anew, and that we are all of a sudden aware of its truth. This is, I believe, why utopia has a great power, because it is the power of the language. It is connected with poetry, with literature, with imagination, and of course, unfortunately, as always, it is connected with pain and violence and terror. If you have probably heard it, and if not in the next days, walking here around this idyllic lake, that there's a lot of Ukrainians here, and also a lot of Russians. That is the truth of our historic moment, and equally as we were able in the times of Imagine to condemn without any hesitation the American crimes in Vietnam, we should be able to name that the aggression of the Russian troops and unfortunately also murderers and rapists is a crime. And here I agree with our colleague Antoine Speer that speaking about peace in general in such an awful historical moment is irresponsible. Here there are also very close parallels between the Yugoslav wars and Russian aggression against Ukraine. There are differences as well. The parallel is, without any doubt, that Serbian nationalism, which went into a murderous aggression, first again, the war in Slovenia was fortunately very short, with 100 victims. In Croatia, it was already really a terrible war. In Bosnia, it turned into a genocide. And of course, what was then irresponsible from the international community was what we called at the time equidistance. Pretending that the Serbian snipers, and we have now a very good documentary made by the Slovene TV journalist Jelena Aščić about a very, really hideous phenomenon, that there were snipers during the siege of Sarajevo who were specialized in aiming and killing children. So to see in such a moment that the poorly armed defenders of Sarajevo cannot have weapons to resist far stronger enemy who organized the siege of Sarajevo from the beginning of April 92 till the February of 96, that is almost 4 years, that is of course simply not human. Here the situation has changed, but this policy of equidistance is unfortunately still very strong, and also in intellectuals, also in writers' circles. Of course, I can understand the respect for the Russian culture, but it has nothing to do with Putin and with murderers of the group Wagner. So I think that also the Peace Committee should be clear about this message, and I would like to continue to end with pointing out to the greatest mistake of international PEN, and that was the Congress in Moscow in the year 2000. I was at the time chair of the Peace Committee, and I was strongly against that Congress, because one of the basic rules of international PEN was that Congresses should not be organized in countries waging wars. Unfortunately, international PEN went there together with delegates of the Slovene PEN. I have, as a protestation, stepped down as a chair of the Peace Committee, and I still think that it was a bloody shame that the colleagues went to drink put in vodka and to eat Putin's caviar. It was the time of the Second Chechen War, of the destruction of Grozny. So everybody knew what crimes were committed there. Later on, we had Russian interventions in Georgia, in other countries. And of course, probably the reaction of the international community in 2014, when the annexation of Donetsk and Crimea took place, was not strong enough. If it was stronger, then maybe we wouldn't have this terrible situation today. All of that I am saying with pain, because I also like Russian culture and literature. As I said, the things about the Serbian murderous nationalism, being born in Belgrade myself. Thank you, merci, gracias.
Tania, voy a hablar en español. Bueno, un millón de gracias, Boris, porque la verdad que nos hemos beneficiado de una clase de historia, nos hemos beneficiado de una reflexión sobre el tema de los símbolos, lo que representan por un lado y lo que esconden por otro lado, y la fragilidad en la cual nosotros vivimos. Y por último quiero presentarte todos mis respetos por la decisión que tomaste en Moscú, y creo que es un ejemplo que cualquier presidente del Comité por la Paz debe seguir, si es que nosotros creemos que aquellas cosas que está haciendo nuestra institución van en contra de nuestros convencimientos más profundos y de la Carta de nuestra organización penal internacional. Corresponde ahora dar la palabra al público. Antes de hacerlo, yo le quiero pedir a Alex Parodi, que ella me pidió que quería hablar sobre un personaje histórico que viene de la tradición cristiana, que aparece como un santo protector de la paz.
Justo un segundo, que lo estoy buscando. Sí. Oui, pardon. Juste un instant que je cherche mon texte. Bonjour. Je voudrais dire, comme vous savez, donc je représente la Suisse. Et vous savez que la Suisse, par rapport tout de suite au conflit, donc avait autorisé l'exportation de pièces d'armes. Vous savez que la Suisse ne produit pas des armes entières, hein. On produit des pièces d'armes, et le Parlement a voté donc la semaine dernière sur la pression du peuple suisse d'interdire l'exportation aussi des pièces d'armes. Vous savez aussi que la Suisse n'a pas d'armée d'attaque, mais n'a qu'une armée de défense. Mais la tradition de la Suisse, c'était des mercenaires. Vous savez que dans toutes les armées d'Europe, hein, c'était des soldats suisses. Vous avez le lac des Suisses à Versailles. Qui a construit les jardins de Versailles? C'était les Suisses. Qui étaient les 70 000 soldats qui sont morts à la Bérésina? C'était des mercenaires suisses. Si les Suisses portaient le drapeau suisse sur leur cuirasse, c'était quand on crève de faim, on n'a pas d'idéologie. Donc on va dans l'armée qui nous engage. Donc on portait le drapeau suisse pour ne pas tuer, pour que ton frère, qui était peut-être dans l'autre armée, ne te tue pas. Et donc pour protéger, parce que les Suisses étaient des mercenaires. Alors attendez un instant, je vais vous trouver le texte. Je ne savais pas que je le lirais là maintenant. Attendez. Ah oui, attendez, excusez-moi, fichier hors connexion. Dieu merci que nous avons... alors attendez un instant. Merde, où est-ce qu'il est? Excusez-moi. C'est... ¿Lo tienes tú aquí? ¿Lo tienes tú? Que te lo mandé? Te lo mandé en inglés, non? Voilà. Je lui ai traduit donc en anglais, donc... I'm going to read it in English because I send it in English. Peace means respecting life, and which has no price. Until where can you go to compromise? In Switzerland, we have a very good example of total commitment to peace in the person of Bruder Klaus, alias Nicolas of Flue, who was and remains a Swiss mystic and a respected peacemaker far beyond the Swiss borders. How is that this prominent man from central Switzerland can still attract thousands of pilgrims to his heritage and be called the patron saint of Switzerland, the pontifical Swiss guards in the Vatican, and the world's patron saint of peace? Bruder Klaus was born in 1417 in the canton of Obwalden, Switzerland, at the end of the Middle Ages, in the 15th century, which, with the printing press, the Reformation, the Reconquista, and the discovery of America, would make Europe the center of the world for more than 400 years. Bruder Klaus, as he was called, was a soldier, judge, husband and father of 10 children. At the age of 50, he felt the call to withdraw from the world and live as a hermit in the Rand Gorge. There he led a life of prayer and fasting, living on the Eucharist for 19 years.
Il faut traduire. On peut pas traduire si tu es trop vite.
Ah, I'm sorry. I asked to others to speak slowly, and I speak too quick. Sorry. So, Bruder Klaus, as he was called, was a soldier, judge, husband, and father of 10 children. At the age of 50, he left a call to withdraw from the world and live as a hermit in Ranft Gorge. There he led a life of prayer and fasting, living on the Eucharist for 19 years while continuing to work as a political advisor and spiritual father. He was visited by many pilgrims who came to seek his advice and wisdom. He played an important role in the history of Switzerland. In 1481, he prevented civil war between the cantons by intervening at the Diet of Stans. He proposed a peaceful solution that allowed the cantons of Fribourg and Solothurn to be integrated in the Confederation. He also inspired the neutrality and moderation that characterized Swiss politics. From a secular point of view, Bruder Klaus, Saint Nicolas of Flue, shows us that peace is and must be at the center of all human activities. He encourages us to be tolerant, to respect others, and to dialogue with them. He calls us to be peacemakers in the world. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Alex, for your intervention. We'll now go to the participation of the audience. You can ask questions, you can to the panelists, or you can have your own statement if you so wish. So the order I have, first Alfredo Estrellas from Swiss Roman, then I don't know your names, but
Joe Silva, who will tell us something about Esperanto, probably in the conversation with Thomas More.
And then we have another, Nander, Teresa. Oh, I have a lot of, but don't go ahead.
First, a little comment. on Hannah Awood's presentation. As you know, I'm a triple national. I have the Cuban nationality, I have the North American nationality, and I have the Swiss nationality. I'm very proud of all three. As the case may be, my US President, Jimmy Carter, and I can also call him a friend because I've corresponded for decades with Jimmy Carter, and I also met him personally on various occasions, and I participated in conferences in the Carter Center. So it's someone I really respect very strongly. And he published a book years ago called Peace in Palestine. And then he published another book, very controversial, called Palestine Peace, not Apartheid. Now, what, as a long-serving UN high official, can tell you, I think we have to, if international law has any validity, we have to insist on the implementation of United Nations resolutions of the Security Council, beginning with 242 of 1967. We have to insist on the implementation of the 2004 advisory opinion on the wall, and I bring to your attention that the International Court of Justice accepted in December last year to deliver an advisory opinion on the issue of the treatment of Palestinians in the occupied territories in Gaza. Now, this is a matter of utmost importance because self-determination is jus cogens. It's what we international lawyers call peremptory international law. It's anchored in Articles 1 and 55 of the UN Charter. Chapters 11 and chapters 12 are entirely devoted to self-determination. And of course, it is the text of the common Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So we are committed to self-determination. And in my 25 principles of international order, which I presented to the Human Rights Council in my function as independent expert on international order, I wrote as principle number 10, principle number 1, by the way, is peace. Principle number 10 is self-determination, and the realization of self-determination as a conflict prevention strategy. I mean, there have been countless wars since 1945, and how many of those countless wars found their origin in the unjust denial of self-determination? Not only the decolonization movement, but we've had countless other wars that go back to just a very fundamental human desire to determine the future of your children. Alors, je change pour faire une petite remarque sur la présentation de notre ami Antoine. Alors, la belle langue française. Ta bataille pour la langue française, la bataille du Pen Club pour les trois langues, pas seulement l'anglais, l'impérialisme de la langue anglaise, mais le français, la belle langue de Rousseau, Voltaire, du Bellay, etc. Jean-Paul Sartre. Alors, c'est la même bataille que nous menons aux Nations Unies. Nous n'avons pas 3, nous avons 6 langues. Et c'est absolument important parce que la langue, c'est pas seulement une langue, c'est une philosophie, c'est une manière de penser, c'est une manière de formuler vos pensées. Alors, ce serait une perte énorme pour l'humanité si on n'avait que la belle langue de Shakespeare. Alors, j'adore l'anglais, mais j'insiste à avoir cette diversité. Alors, sur la question ukrainienne qui nous touche tous et toutes. Alors c'est horrible ce qui se passe. Mais alors, je suis de l'opinion que le International Peace Bureau, the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the International Progress Organization, the Nordic Council, there have been so many organizations, non-governmental organizations devoted to peace, who have formulated viable proposals for peace. I think that the Committee of Writers for Peace must absolutely take that into account. We must show that we are familiar with all of these proposals for peace that have been formulated by other rather clever people. And I will disagree in one point with Antoine, and it's the question of the origin of the war. I mean, the origin of every war, it has a prehistory. And you had Maidan, Euromaidan, which, as you know, my, at that time, Undersecretary of State, Victoria Nuland, said so quite clearly before the American Congress, that it cost us, the regime change in Ukraine, cost us $5 billion through all sorts of efforts, through intelligence, through NGOs, through foreign agents, to lead to this crisis in 2014. That leads me to say that the war that we are experiencing today did not start in 2022 in February, but started in February 2014 with the coup d'etat against the democratically elected president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych. He had 2 more years to serve, and he fled for his life. And that is important to take into account. Now, I was, last point. I was the representative of the Secretary General for the elections in the Ukraine back in 1994. And that was in March, and then in June for the parliamentary, and then for the presidential elections. And I had the opportunity of really crisscrossing the country, going into the Donbass and Lugansk and Donetsk, etc., and to the Crimea. And I'll tell you something. These people, I speak Russian. I don't speak Ukrainian, but it's very close to Russian, so I could speak to all Ukrainians in Russian. As the case may be, I remember very well when I was in Simferopol to present my credential and say, hi, you know, this was the then president of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and I had to tell him, look, you know, I'm here to monitor elections in Simferopol, in Yalta, etc. And then the guy tells me something. Oh, господин Gazayas объясняется, Ruski. And I felt like telling him, I don't care. I mean, it's totally irrelevant to me whether you consider yourself Russians or Ukrainians. My mandate is just simply to monitor the elections. But 30 years later, 2014, that came back to my head. These people feel Russian, the vast majority in Crimea and in the Donbass feel Russian. And it was very, very sad that their self-determination was not taken into account, and we in the United Nations bear responsibility because we could have organized referenda in 1991. We could have organized referenda in 1914, and we didn't. So, I mean, if you want to have peace, I think, consider that. You have to respect the self-determination of each people. It is jus cogens, it is peremptory international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. It is, I would say something before I give the floor to other people, in the sense that I would like to ask you to make an effort to you shorten your statement because there are a lot of people wanting to speak. In the second place, it's a privilege of the chair to not follow the order of speakers. So we'll give the floor now to Tanya, but with a request also to all of you. In this public debate, it's normal that when one is listening to something that you agree or not, normally you don't agree, is the tendency to ask the floor to reply to that specific one. So that order cannot be followed. So I have a list of people here that have registered for speaking, and I will make all efforts to keep that order, keeping in mind and asking them to explain to which point of the debate they would be replying or commenting on. Tanya, go ahead, please.
Najlepša hvala, Herman. In govorila bom slovensko, ker smo Slovenci specialisti v tem, da smo bili vedno podjarmljeni in na vse načine oblegani strani vseh mogočih jezikov. Moram reči, da sem zelo razočarana nad izvajanji gospoda Spira in tudi nad vsemi drugimi, kako zanemarjamo francoščino, kako zanemarjamo druge jezike, kar sploh ni res. To zanemarjanje je samo finančna racionalizacija. Vam se zdi 200 evrov zelo malo ali veliko za kotizacijo in težko gre z računov na naš račun. Ampak če želite vsak dan prevod v vseh jezikih, mi lahko organiziramo tudi simultan prevod v romski jezik, ki je oficialni jezik v Sloveniji, v madžarski jezik, ki je jezik manjšine v Sloveniji, tudi v italijanski, kjer imamo manjšino, ampak potem bo kotizacija 1000 evrov. Tako da prosim, če se vzdržite teh neprijetnih kritik, ker resnično naša ekipa in jaz osebno 1000 ur damo v organizacijo tega srečanja. In še nekaj bom dodala, potem pa ne bom več govorila ob tej okrogli mizi, in to je, da je mir najprej prijateljstvo in objem drugemu, potem je šele jaz. Kaj sem bila jaz, vas ne zanima, vas zanima, kaj vam bom jaz dala. In dala sem vam organizacijo tega srečanja danes v 4 jezikih. Hvala lepa.
I would like to give now the floor to the person who wants to lead it.
I think Olga is there also.
I will use again my privilege. Olga.
Yeah, thank you so much. Most of you know me as the spammer in your inbox because I do work for PAN International Secretariat, and I'm the one who is dealing with a lot of different languages and everything. But here I would like to speak from the different hats I'm juggling. First of all, I want to address that this is great that we are here safe and we are able to introduce very different, sometimes opposite opinions. This is how freedom of expression works, and this is very important to state. But I just want to refer to this linguistic point and show how much of that trap of manipulation is hidden here. We just heard that how important it is to include French and other languages, and it's very beautiful. And myself, I speak Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, I understand Slovene, I speak a bit of Croatian, I speak Czech, I understand French but speak very badly, so I hidden back. And obviously, as you can see, I speak English. But I started to learn all these languages after 1991. And my limited linguistic capacity, also in French and Spanish, is based that in all my childhood, and I spent it in Western Ukraine, I was taught to speak and to introduce myself only in Russian. Russian is not the close language to Ukraine. The closest languages are Slovene, Belarusian, Polish. And we just had a speech that that's okay. I don't speak Ukrainian, but I can talk beside of Ukraine, like behalf of Ukrainians. But I do speak Russian. This is exactly how propaganda works. This is exactly how you can find out who was democratically elected. And for me, it's quite embarrassing to hear that Yanukovych was democratically elected president. And about invested money, 2 last nights, all the Ukraine had no sleep, me neither. You know why? Because one night, day before yesterday, costed to Russia Federation 120 millions just for those missiles they launched to Kyiv. Just one night, if we are talking in terms of money. I would like you to hear those alarms, because I live with it. Here in the very comfortable room, staring the beautiful lake, I live with alarms which I'm sharing with my family, with my friends. After losing around 7 or 8, I already don't remember, friends, I think that I got emotionally numbed. I just don't feel pain anymore. I know it's gonna unpack one day, but for now I just need to, keep functional. Deliver facts, not emotions, but also to keep us in let's say, the sphere of reality check. It's very easy with words to come somewhere else, especially for writers. So I just want to flag that when we are talking about such things, let's try to go for fact-checking first. Otherwise, it's very easy to come back to the path about we were brothers. Yeah, we were. We were never prepared to be attacked like that. But then, I don't think that we should speak about this on those terms. And probably let's respect the current ongoing situation and try not to manipulate, especially such an elegant way, knowing a lot of languages. Thank you.
Ola, sorry Giorgio for keeping you waiting, but the floor is yours now. En Esperanto.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai fait des questions au lieu de faire une intervention. Donc, j'ai des questions en particulier pour Monsieur Antoine Spire. Justement, il y a 2 points importants. Il y a le point de la langue et il y a le point de la neutralité ou de l'apolitisme, comme il a dit. Sur le point de la langue, quand on parle de l'impérialisme anglais, je dirais que la première victime, c'est la langue anglaise. Parce qu'en effet, si la langue anglaise se transforme en langue véhiculaire, ce n'est pas la langue de Shakespeare qu'on parle. Donc, la première victime de l'impérialisme linguistique, c'est vraiment la langue anglaise, la belle langue anglaise, que monsieur, notre confrère, adorait. Et là, il y a un paradoxe, ou même 2 paradoxes, un paradoxe positif et un paradoxe négatif. Le paradoxe positif, c'est qu'il y a une langue véhiculaire à vocation pacifiste qui a évolué jusqu'à produire sa propre littérature originelle, c'est l'espéranto. Et l'autre paradoxe, c'est une langue qui a déterminé, a produit une grande littérature, c'est la littérature anglophone, des grandes littératures, et qui risque de dégénérer en une langue véhiculaire à vocation belliciste. Deuxième, est-ce que vous pensez que cette impression est juste? La deuxième question, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de ça? C'est vrai que l'apolitisme, au mieux la neutralité politique, a la tendance à dégénérer vers l'indifférence politique. Mais être neutre ne signifie pas être indifférent du point de vue politique. La neutralité de la Suisse, par exemple, ne signifie pas indifférence politique, seulement pour faire un exemple. Et alors, ce qui est important, c'est comprendre qui sont nos interlocuteurs. Nos interlocuteurs sont des écrivains, en premier. En premier sont des écrivains. Nous devons parler avec d'autres écrivains. Nous devons avoir la possibilité que des écrivains palestiniens et israéliens viennent se parler. Nous devions utiliser les possibilités du PEN international pour créer un dialogue entre écrivains en langue ukrainienne et en langue russe. C'est seul notre but. Est-ce que vous pensez que je dis quelque chose de mauvais ou de juste? Merci.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor now to... Yes, please. No. Yeah, I asked the panelists to take note of the thing, because if we go to reply to every intervention, we're going to be here till 4 p.m. So I prefer... Yeah, and we have a lunch break somewhere. So I will ask them to take note.
No intervenimos.
Si pueden intervenir, pero como tú puedes intervenir como panelista, o, perdón, como...
Sí, porque quisiera hablar un poco de lo que ha comentado yo. ¿No?
Sí, pero que después.
Okay.
Tuviste el privilegio ya de tener a estar aquí en la mesa. Después los panelistas van a tener el tiempo para responder las intervenciones de la gente. Sorte. Go ahead.
Hvala. Najprej bi se rad samo odzval na razpravo gospe iz Ukrajine, samo s tem, ne, da je to seveda tako kot recimo prehani navad, najbolj avtentična razprava, ker govori iz neposredne izkušnje, ki je seveda v primeru Ukrajine trenutno najbolj boleča, najtežja. Sicer sem se pa nameraval oglasiti predvsem zato, ker bi se rad vrnil k naslovni besedi te okrogle mize Imagine. In zlasti Boris je veliko govoril o zgodovini, pa bi jaz samo za eno anekdoto se odzval. Zakaj? Ključno vprašanje, kadar govorimo o svetu, ki ga naslavlja pesem Imagine in zakaj tega sveta ni, je seveda vprašanje vrednot. Tistih vrednot, na katerih pravzaprav se dogajanje tega sveta bazira. Jaz mislim, da ključna vrednota bi morala biti in je življenje. Vsakršno življenje, ne samo človeško. In s tem se spomnim na sprejemanje slovenske ustave leta 1991-92, ko je Slovenija postala država. Takrat je eden najbolj uveljavljenih slovenskih filozofov predlagal, da bi se ta ustava začela z stavkom na podlagi svetosti življenja. Slovenija sprejema to ustavo. Seveda svetost življenja ni bila mišljena v religioznem pomenu besede, ampak v tem smislu, da bi ustava si izbrala za svoj temelj življenje, nedotakljivost življenja in absolutno spoštovanje življenja, ključno seveda za avtonomijo živečega, se pravi, da to ne izključuje pravic, ki se sicer zagotavljajo, pravico ženske do razpolaganja svojim telesom, se pravi pravico do splava, niti pravico do zakonsko urejene evtanazije. In dejstvo, vsa zgodovina človeštva kaže, da je življenje najbolj zanemarjena vrednota, na podlagi katerih se karkoli v zgodovini je zgodilo in se dogaja. In da so vse druge vrednote postavljene pred to. Žal v svetu, v katerem živimo, je ta ključna vrednota verjetno kapital in potem še marsikaj drugega prej, kar je daleč od življenja. In zanimivo je to, s tem zaključujem, da takrat, ko se je na ta način razložena sintagma svetost življenja razlagala kot možni temelj ustave, sta to tako enako složno zavrnile tako slovenska politična levica kot desnica. Hvala.
Thank you.
Hvala lepa, Tone.
For your intervention, I would like now to give the floor to Teresa Cadetti and Portugal.
Good morning, dear colleagues. We are all storytellers, and I have two short stories, very short stories for you. The first is about two true stories, true and short stories. The first story is about the origins of this. 2011 in Bled, I don't know if you were there already, Tanya. Okay. Then you're hearing for the first time.
No, I know all about it.
Okay, okay. We sat together, Hanan, Awad, Blume Finkelstein from Israel, Seki Erdgas, and I, around the table. And we wrote a small text about peace and the two-state solution. And we wanted to bring the text to the Assembly, and the President at the time, John Ralston Saul, said, "It's too political, we can't do it." And I said, "My dear friend, you didn't read Hannah Arendt. What is public is political. What is political is public." And it's enough that two people talk with each other that it's political, at least potentially. Well, and I said, okay, we won't discuss it, but I published it in the blog of the Peace Committee because I managed the blog at the time. And he phoned me. I was working in my garden in Lisbon, and don't publish, Teresa, don't publish. We are Westerners, we're not politicians. And I said, okay, dear John, we won't publish it. I won't publish it. But you commit yourself to work with a group at a text which will be able to pass in the General Assembly of PEN, in the year's Congress. And so, in several instances, I jump over these instances, so this wonderful manifesto. And I'm proud to be at the origins also with a group of it. First history. Second history, it's very recent. Brazilian President Lula da Silva visited Portugal at the end of April. And we are so happy to welcome him together at the same time of a huge manifestation to commemorate the 49 years of our beautiful Carnation Revolution without blood. And we are thousands and thousands on the streets. And in the morning, Lula spoke at the parliament. And the right-wing party, they behaved shamefully, but I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about all who were shattering, because Lula was for peace. And the word peace seemed to be a taboo in many sectors. And what shall we do with Lula? Well, we must have a statement together. And what was the statement? Okay, for a just peace. It means the Portuguese government introduced the word just, for a just peace in Europe. And in spite of that, Lula has condemned the invasion of Russia. It's clear for us. Okay, and the just peace, these two words were the result of a history compromise. It's always possible to have compromises. And I come back to finish to the fourth point of our manifesto. I read the beginning. PEN considers one of the world's greatest challenges to be the transition from violence to debate, discussion and dialogue. That's what we are doing here. And this transition from violence, from conflict, from war is not polite. And in this sense, until we start to talk, and people and the war parts start to talk, they will keep making war, and we know that because there are wars, propaganda wars, fake news wars, and so on and so on. And in this sense, I just remind the world, the student world, I'm 68 generation, the word that means bombing for peace is like fucking for virginity. I apologize. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Teresa. Now is the time for Matilda to speak.
Thank you. Let me imagine. My world exists. Sometimes I feel my part of the world doesn't exist here. One of the Burmese writers once said, since we do have air conditioner in our room at home, shall we just don't forget the summer is still hot? So I feel that, when we talk about peace, it is not the condition of without war. It's beyond that. And every single day, it has been 27 months already after the coup attempt in my country, in Myanmar. Every single day, people were killed by the military. Until now, 25,000 people were put in jail, and it's thought to be round about at least 25,000 people were put in jail, and another 25,000 people were killed already within these 27 months. So I just want to remind, I wish my part of the world wants to be existed, not just in the war, but also in our minds and our hearts. And I also think, I used to say, if there is a will, there is a way. So when we talk about way to peace, are we reflecting ourselves? Was that the will, or was that the way we behave? That's making me pretty much very sorry, to be frank. That's why I just want to say, if we talk about peace, shall we just go beyond any kind of self-restricted imagination? In terms of language, at the Zagreb, I'm chair of Writer Embracing Committee. My people from Myanmar, they cannot come and join because of so many restrictions. But since they have will, and they themselves make the translation through the Zoom link, they assign someone to make the translation, so up to 8 persons can attend the Writer Embracing Committee from their dungeon. Our current president of Myanmar, it's now under hiding because of the defamation law. He was charged. So he himself listening through this link, something like that. So I really want to remind, and please let me give an opportunity to imagine my part of the war exists at least in your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Tida. I would like now to offer the floor to Tianchi Martin from the Independent Pan-Chinese Center.
I really envy. Oh, I'm sorry. I really envy most of the colleagues of you. You can switch from one language to the other. I only speak Chinese and a little bit imperialist English, according to Antoine. Sorry. Well, I'm very inspired by most of the speakers, but please allow me to be a little bit personal to begin with my thoughts. I was 2 years old when my mother took her 5 children and to take the last flight from Chongqing to the island Taiwan, just to flee from the civil war. And my father has to stay in Chinese mainland to fight against the communist army. Months later, the whole country fell into the hand of Mao Zedong and the Communist Party. As a war prisoner, my father has spent more than 2 decades in jail, and finally he died in the early 70s. In my childhood in Taiwan, we were used to the siren. The vibrant, sharp howler was the warning that the People's Liberation Armed Force was flying across the sea and throwing bombs on the island. People hurried to the dark, wet bunker and huddled together. The sticky air, the suppressed, vague whispers, and the horror-struck face of my mother irritated me. So I began to cough and grasp violently for breath. The people got very nervous and started to complain about my behavior. Minutes and hours passed, and the alarm was cleared. Exhausted, we returned home. This scenery, repeated many, many times, and haunted me in my dream until I grew up. In my college year, I learned about the Vietnam War, the boat people, the My Lai massacre, following the Cambodian genocide in mid-80s. I came to the peaceful Europe, but there were still wars in Middle East, Latin American, African, and even in Balkan. I feel quite safe. It seems to me that all those terrors were far away. The Russian-Ukraine war broke out last year. Until today, we still don't know when will be the end. Living in Germany now, the daily devastating war scenery, though only on screen, made me anxious and sad. On the other side of the globe, the Chinese government sends military planes and military ships daily circling around the island of Taiwan. My childhood nightmare comes back. After the Second World War, Theodor Adorno said one famous sentence: "It is barbaric to write poetry after Auschwitz." But actually, Auschwitz continues in another form everywhere in the world. Adorno's word seems to really pale and weak for me. Just imagine the mass murderer Mao Zedong has written beautiful and heroic poems after millions of his countrymen died in the Civil War. Furthermore, Under Mao's regime, about 20 to 40 million of Chinese died because of the Great Famine and afterwards the Cultural Revolution. Not to mention the massacre in Tiananmen Square. Meanwhile, Chinese people were reciting and chanting Mao's verse. Well, I will recite one poem, and this poem is among the most popular ones. It was written in 1961 in the middle of the famine. Millions of people died. Ode to the plum blossom. Wind and rain escorted spring's departure. Flying snow welcomes spring's return on the ice-clad rock, rising high and sheer. Sweet and a flower blooms, sweet and fair. Sweet and fair, she crafts not spring for herself alone. To be the harbinger of spring, she is content. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she will smile, mingling in their midst. That's Mao Zedong. Genocide continued to happen in Rwanda, in Myanmar, and in Yemen. The cultural genocide is implemented in Tibet. We talked yesterday about that. Not in only Tibet, but in South Mongolia and in the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. No wonder China's President Xi Jinping also writes poems. But however, I will not read his poem to you as I do not want to hurt your aesthetic feeling. So I will skip something about the Roman Emperor Nero or Mussolini or Stalin. Let me read one poem to you, from Hitler. Well, he has written this poem, The Mother, in 1923, 10 years after he grabbed the power. 1923, he has written this poem. When your mother has grown older, when her dear faithful eyes no longer see life as they once did, when her feet grown tired, no longer want to carry her as she walks, then lend her your arm in support. Escort her with happy pleasure. The hour will come when weeping, you must accompany her on her final walk. And if she asks you something, then give her an answer. And if she asks again, then speak. And if she asks yet again, respond to her, not impatiently, but with gentle calm. And if she cannot understand you properly, explain all to her happily. The hour will come, the bitter hour, when her mouth asks for nothing more. Yes, the bitter hour came to millions of people, young and old. Imagine this cruel despot even had a tender feeling, at least to his mother. So finally, I want to recite another poem. Imagine who has written that. Not Shakespeare's Romeo, not Goethe's Werther. Just hear that. I am a supplicant for a goblet of wine from the hand of a sweetheart. In whom can I confide this secret of mine? Where can I take this sorrow? I have become imprisoned, oh beloved, by the mole on your lip. I saw your ailing eyes and became ill through love. Open the door of the tavern and let us go there day and night. For I am sick and tired of the mosque and seminary. Ayatollah Khomeini was the composer of these lines. Khomeini was the supreme leader of Iran and one of the most prominent Shiite Muslim leaders, who issued on February 14, 1989, fatwa calling for the death of Salman Rushdie and his publishers. Imagine, almost at the same time, he published this poem in the New Republic in 1989. Last, John Lennon dreams of an utopia where there is no religion barriers, no national borders, and not even private property. That is, all the factors that cause human antagonism, none of them exist. Imagine a world full of selflessness, equality, and mutual love. All the tyranny, dictators, murderers, and butchers also have dreams, dreams of nature, love, beauty, and even freedom. They want to possess all this for themselves, but not for all the people, not for the world. One thing is for sure: the power of words. We writers know better than those hypocrites. We write with heart, conscience, and sense. We do not only have dreams. With our words, we can mobilize people to join us, to uphold the basic humanity and universal value. Thank you.
I have two more speakers in my list, Cyprus and Switzerland. I see many hands, and we have only 15 minutes to go for public intervention, because afterwards we have to have a round for panelists to reply or to make some reflection on the discussion. So I would like to know who else is Eritrea, Austria,
Ukraine,
Slovenia.
Yes, the gentleman is just leaving Slovenia.
I will come back to India.
Then there are two from Slovenia.
Yes, three.
Three from Slovenia. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 people to speak. So in 15 minutes. So I use my right to interrupt if you go quick. Angela from Cyprus.
Hello again. I will be short. I will make just a general comment, and I will also humbly make 2 suggestions that we can take into consideration or just throw into the lake. So we come here, and it is the nature of this committee that encourages us to bring along our tragedies. And tragedies, our ancient Greek tragedies teach us, are unavoidable. So it doesn't get more personal than that. The thing is that we are also an entity
So I believe that in order to be as equal below the law as possible for all, and as a true cultural education, a true pedagogy is the ability to stand in a distance from things and judge them. We need to place justice and law in a distance from oneself, even if it's so hard, and make it an object to be objectively judged and use our reason. So what I'm suggesting, humbly, is that we could have two levels of participation. The one could be the personal statements of what is happening to our countries, and these could be put down, and the committee will have written in an archive that this and this and this said this country. And in another level, the committee could just have a subgroup that could research all the aggressions, all the occupations in the planet, and put it on the table, and there would be all of them named and shamed by PEN International. So if we keep talking to each other subjectively, we cannot reach this. But we could do it in a more scientific way. We could be more scientific about it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
From the Swiss woman.
I would just first for languages. Remember, Switzerland, we have 4 national languages and 2 official. Yenish is a Gypsy language, and Yiddish, the Jew language. These are the 6 languages official. Remember that. We have 26 governments for 8.5 million inhabitants. We have cantons who separated because of religion. Appenzell, Rhodes intérieur, and Rhodes extérieur. Half is Protestant, rich, many children. The other is poor, many children. The last, I wait, the translation is done. And I can tell you, Le Jura, it was the 24th of September, 1968. They took their independence because they were fed up of speaking German, and they are French-speaking. There were no dead, but there was one statue who burned up with cocktail Molotov made in my bathroom, but no death. And with no death in 78. So it means that really respect of the others is very important. The difference of history of countries, we have to know them and respect them. We cannot, in Occident, with the tradition of Greece and Rome, impose our way of seeing the world to other parts of the world who had other history. Remember, I'm the generation where the world was splitted between URSS and America. And they challenge, I take this country, you take this one. An anecdote, and I finished. I lived 11 years behind the Iron Curtain. I know what it is for the other people, but I was a privilege on the other side. All my friends have been killed, I've been in jail. But I was in Colombia too, when Nixon came in '57. And at that age, I said, I will never go back in my life to the United States. So I mean, our emotion and things and history is very much, we have in pen to be over that as writers. How fiction can make change the mentality of the one who are going to read us. For me, the one I'm going to translate. And so they can, knowing the things, go on another point. You know how many writers have been censored because they are considered like arms, like weapons. So words can be weapons, but they don't kill. They are killed because they have been writing these words. Please, let's go over. I know it's terrible for people from Ukraine who are here, but all the other, Yemen, Eritrea, like we said yesterday, all these wars, it's terrible. But speaking to be on another level more, like writers could do, like literature could do, is not respect of the countries and the dramas they're living, but it's just going something more human, more to see a human can be other thing than to answer. You kick you and I kick you back. Let's try to find another answer. Isn't that the object of this committee? Thank you.
Precious friends, I will be very short and I have some questions to you, because we all know that the situation between the Palestinians and Israel is very difficult. But isn't there a tremendous difference? Israel is a democracy. When was the last elections among the Palestinians? Mr. Abbas in the year 2005? Who is speaking for whom? There is no election. Secondly, is it true that he who wrote the thesis about the cooperation between the Zionists and the Nazis to do the Shoah, did he ever apologize for it? Of this nonsense? I haven't heard it. Can you remember the terrorist attack in Munich? Was there ever someone who apologized for these things? And I become a little bit personal. I have a colleague in my pen, and she comes from Lebanon, and her daughter was shot standing with the mother on the balcony, and she was shot by the Palestinians in the head. She was brought to the hospital. When she said to the national TV in Lebanon, my daughter was shot by the Palestinians, they came immediately and said, if you repeat it, you are dead. And now this lady lives in exile in Austria, and she's a wonderful colleague, but she needs a hell lot of work. Was there ever someone from the people who apologized? I can't remember, and I'm sure she also can't remember, because she will tell me. Thank you, I'm finished.
Good morning and thank you. After surviving the Norwegian winter, coming to this beautiful place and hearing to these very hopeful words is just, you can imagine. I wanted to make some interventions, but those I understood them very well. Those I don't understood, I don't understand them very well as well. So the Salavarkhat, I came from Eritrea, and Eritrea is in the Horn of Africa. And God is great that Africa has only one horn. If they were two, our problem could have doubled. If there were three, tripled, we can continue. Just briefly, I wanted to speak about a book that I have kept for the last 31 years. This is a book, and the title is Peace is You and Me. And the subtitle is Children's Readings and Paintings on Love and Peace. It was a collection after the Vietnam War. Children wrote it. And by the time I get this book, we were in the same situation. It was in June 1992. In the bill, it was our war, our 30 years war against Ethiopia came over, and I was a child soldier in that horrible place. But after the war is over, I went to a town called Massawa, And for my surprise, there was a Lenin Hall, Lenin, Russia. When I went in, the same books that we read, they were in the same place where our enemies were. They read Lenin's stories and these selection stories, or and Mao's. And we did the same. Yet we were killing each other. Forget about that, we are also brothers and sisters. That's not the case. But then I was hoping that the war will never come again. I will read you just a very small one, and I will tell you what I did with this poem. It says, peace is nice to men and mice. The Vietnam War must be no more. He's a child of, his name is Stephen Georgian, and his name is Six. And I stole this poem on my name. I didn't know that stealing is bad at that time, maybe, but I sent it to the newspaper. Now it doesn't exist, but what I did was, peace is nice to men and mice. The Eritrean war must be no more. And I was hoping, but it was only hope. 7 years after, we again went into the worst bloody war with the same country, Ethiopia. I wrote an article, I sent it to Tanya. The people, I was a child, we didn't knew that we can live without fighting. We didn't knew, the fighters. Imagine there are 250,000 people. And they had been fighting starting from childhood all the way. For them, it's just fighting. If they go to the society, they can do nothing. They cannot plow, they can do nothing. It's fighting. So 6 years for them, it was a stress without a fighting. The singers were into hell of stress without singing to war. They can't sing for peace. They can't sing for, I would say also, not to extrude myself, of course, we could not sing for love, for peace, for whatever. So when the war came, the people were energized. Yeah, this is what we can do now. So now, peace is war. War is peace in Eritrea. It's a big contradiction. I should stop here, but sorry, I was supposed to read Joshua's, Johannes Joshua's short story in here, but I was talking to his brother, and on the half of the family.
You're going to have the possibility of doing that tomorrow.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. But his brother, who's living in Sweden, his daughter living in Canada, they are very much grateful, and they say thank you so much, and I thank you so much, and I'm very happy to see your faces, and this energy will keep me survive until the next winter, and maybe we're going to meet again also. Thank you so much.
I have only a couple thoughts about this situation. The first moment is that to show this Russian war against Ukraine as a conflict between Ukrainian and Russian language, for me, as the same that to show the Holocaust as a conflict between German and Yiddish. In our situation, for a long time, after our Russian language in Ukraine is a heritage of a long colonial situation in the Russian Empire and after that in Soviet Union. Our Russian language in Ukraine and Russian language population is not a natural Russian. It's not, we have not some ethnical Russian on Ukrainian territory. We hadn't it before. It's only language, and it's only the result of Soviet and Russian politics for a long centuries. And for a long time, this situation was normal, usual, and we hadn't a war against each other. It's only a question of language. We are generally, in Ukraine, we are bilingual because sometimes we use Ukrainian, sometimes we use Russian if it's needed. But this war is not about the language. This war is not about the population, Russian language population who has a problem with Ukrainian language. It's a reason only for Putin and for his campaign, war campaign. It's a reason only for Russian population because Putin used this, and his propaganda used this narrative as a very strong reason for this war. It's not a conflict inside Ukraine. And this situation with, the situation in Crimea, when Russia occupied Crimea in 2014, we had the situation that Ukrainian, pro-Ukrainian population of Crimea needed to escape to Ukrainian territory. Or if this population stayed in Crimea, they was put in prison, they was tortured, they was were killed, and it was not usual situation with human rights and legal election, because it was not about rights, it was not about values in that situation. And the other moment, when the Russia not very openly start to occupy Ukrainian territory on east in Donbass and Luhansk region, the pro-Ukrainian population from this region, it was not very small percent, needed to escape from there because it wasn't a reason to stay there and stay alive for many of them. And it's not about the human rights, not about the liberate values. And the other moment, this discussion, this panel, the panel about the human rights, languages, and other things, will be impossible on Russia, and the panel against the war will be impossible on Russian territory now. Will be impossible. It's not a question about we can discuss about it here or here. We cannot discuss about it in Russia now, because Russia is not a democratic state. We would like to believe it, but it's not indeed. And other moment, we all work with words as a writer, as a journalist, and it's very easy to talk generally, to talk in theoretical meaning. It's very easy to say we kill each other, but we not kill each other in our situation. We defend our country and our values, European values, in this war. If we will not defend us, we will dead, we will killed. It's only one possibility for us to defend. And in this situation, it's a very cynic to say that we kill each other. especially for Ukrainians. I am very grateful for each who understand this very basic and very important for not only for Ukraine, but for all European values, for all Europe values. Thank you.
Speakers from Slovenia, I ask you to get an agreement to have only one of you speaking in order to give time for the panelists to reply. We have to stop.
I renounce.
Okay. Milan also, Barbara, then you have the floor, please.
Very shortly.
Thank you.
I'll always try to be short.
Je vais le dire en français pour la paix entre nous, en étant slovène. Non, je parlais en français. Pour le monsieur de la Suisse a parlé du principe de l'autodétermination. C'est très cher. Nous, on le chérit très fort en Slovénie puisqu'on a eu notre indépendance par ce principe. Mais il est très important de dire on ne fait pas un référendum en vidant une région de toute la population qui serait contre cette indépendance en les assassinant. Donc ça, ce n'est pas un référendum, ce n'est pas une autodétermination. Ça, c'est une première chose qui m'a vraiment dérangée. Deuxième chose, je voudrais rappeler, 2014, il y a eu, justement, je regarde cette vidéo plusieurs fois, Boris Nemtsov qui a rejoint la révolution de Maïdan, qui a clairement dit que c'est Poutine qui va faire la guerre entre les Ukrainiens et les Russes. Et ça, contre les Russes. Il a été tué tout de suite ou immédiatement après. Troisième chose, l'expression un peu vulgaire, fucking for virginity, qui a été mise en parallèle pour dire que ce serait une illustration du principe de passivité quand on regarde une victime qui est tuée par un plus fort. Je voulais juste dire peut-être que ça aurait préservé des milliers de femmes violées en Bosnie où on n'a pas réagi, pour ne pas parler des femmes violées en Ukraine. Merci.
We have until 12. The first one, we're going to use the same order. Catherine, por favor.
Muchas gracias. ¿Se escucha? No. Hay que...
There are three. Yeah, thanks.
Muchas gracias a todos realmente por intervenir, por contar sus historias. Realmente es la riqueza, ¿no? de PEN, es la riqueza de tener una organización global y una organización que reúna a tantos países, a tantos escritores del mundo. Pero podemos estar el día entero escuchando historias, porque todos tenemos una vida y tenemos nuestras propias historias de vida en nuestros propios países, con nuestros propios regímenes, nuestras propias guerras, nuestros propios conflictos. Y eso inevitablemente se conecta, o sea, coinciden en muchos puntos. Hemos sido enemigos, países acá, hemos estado en guerras, países acá. O sea, PEN realmente tiene otra función y es lo que realmente me preocupa de este congreso y lo que he estado viendo, porque no soy, no formo parte, no soy delegada de ningún equipo de PEN específicamente, pero he sido protegida por PEN. Y quiero, o sea, brindarle una visión de lo que he estado observando en estos días sobre la organización en general. Porque, o sea, Antón hablaba de lo apolítico que es la organización. Por supuesto que yo no creo en lo absoluto que sea una organización apolítica. Cuando hemos estado aquí debatiendo nuestros posicionamientos políticos, cada uno respecto a sus diferencias y respecto a sus experiencias. Lo que se refería Antón, me imagino, es a un posicionamiento político con respecto a lo que sucede en el mundo, con respecto a las guerras, con respecto a los conflictos en X países, porque ahora mismo no solamente hay una sola guerra en Europa, hay unas cuantas guerras en el mundo. Ese posicionamiento político a mí me parece extremadamente peligroso. ¿Por qué? Yo vengo de una dictadura donde he tratado de negociar con una dictadura y realmente por mi posicionamiento político o por mi confrontación no he podido llegar a un acuerdo porque soy activista y porque represento algo específico. PEN Internacional tiene que estar por encima de mí, por encima de nosotros, para que me pueda salvar a mí, para que me pueda proteger a mí, para que pueda proteger a todos los escritores de todos los países que están en riesgo. Por lo tanto, no puede tener un posicionamiento político X. Sí tiene que tener un posicionamiento moral, un posicionamiento ético, que es el posicionamiento contra la violencia en el mundo, contra cualquier tipo de violencia que venga de cualquier país en el mundo. Eso es lo que tiene que hacer PEN. De eso se trata su manifiesto, de eso se trata su postura y de eso tenemos que todos ponernos de acuerdo para salvar personas. Podemos estar la vida entera hablando de nuestros testimonios, nuestras historias, nuestra represión. Ojalá estos eventos, estos congresos sirvan, como dice Ángela, que me pareció brillante lo que dice, o sea, es tener estos congresos o estos eventos en 2 o 3 o varias escalas de comunicación, en el que partamos de nuestras experiencias, buscamos soluciones y hagamos cosas prácticas, cosas concisas, operativas. Me preocupa mucho la financiación de PEN. Me preocupa que no tenga dinero, que las personas trabajen como voluntarios. Me preocupa que no tenga tanto poder realmente, porque eso puede significar un cambio brutal. Eso puede salvar más personas. Y tenemos que pensar en eso, en cuántas personas podemos salvar, en cuántas personas podemos proteger. No en posicionarnos contra una guerra u otra, porque no es Ucrania solamente, no es Rusia solamente. Eso es una visión eurocentrista. Muy bien. Tenemos que pensar en América Latina, en África, en todos los demás países que están sufriendo hace décadas. Y eso es preocupante realmente. PEN ahora mismo me parece una organización anticuada que no está a la altura del siglo XXI, no está a la altura de las nuevas tecnologías, a la altura de las nuevas formas de represiones, a la altura de la represión que no se ve, la represión que no estamos viendo, la represión a discreción. Esa es la más peligrosa, porque seguramente todo el mundo piensa que en Cuba hay paz. En Cuba no hay paz. Tengo muchos amigos presos, muchas mujeres violadas, no se reconocen los feminicidios. Es horrible, pero más horrible seguramente lo tienen otros países de ustedes. Entonces, creo que PEN tiene que estar como una sombrilla con tanto poder, que cuando llegue a cada país, los gobiernos tengan que responder a PEN y tengan que reconocerlo y sea un interlocutor valioso para la paz en el mundo. Muchas gracias.
Voilà, je crois qu'on est bien d'accord sur le moral et l'éthique, mais dans chaque situation concrète, le moral et l'éthique débouchent sur du politique. Et je crois que se cacher les yeux et décider que ça ne va pas déboucher sur le politique, à mon avis, c'est passer à côté d'une partie essentielle de la réalité. Je voudrais dire une première chose à Tania Touma à propos de la question des langues. Traditionnellement, les langues étrangères, les traductions ont lieu lorsqu'il s'agit de littérature, lorsqu'il s'agit de débats sur le contenu, comme aujourd'hui. Et c'est formidable, et c'est vraiment très bien que le PEN slovène l'assure. La question que je me pose est la suivante, c'est que progressivement, moi je suis là depuis 3 ans, et progressivement, je constate que dans les discussions concernant les écrivains pour la paix, la légitimité des 3 langues qui président au PEN, il n'y a pas que 3 langues évidemment, on est en face d'une association, le PEN Club, les PEN, qui ont décidé qu'il y avait 3 langues dans lesquelles on pouvait s'exprimer. Eh bien, cette trilogie, qui existe traditionnellement, est aujourd'hui battue en brèche. Il ne s'agit pas de demander de l'argent en plus, il ne s'agit pas de demander, j'ai tout à fait conscience de ce que ça coûte, hein, évidemment. Mais je pense que c'est un problème. Et je voudrais dire à Tania que même elle, qui pourtant a des responsabilités au niveau du PEN international, a été amenée à prendre des positions politiques. C'est intéressant. Parlant de la situation en Turquie, elle a dit très concrètement à Zagreb, nous espérons l'échec d'Erdogan. Et je suis comme elle, j'espérais l'échec d'Erdogan. Et donc, je pense que nous faisons tous de la politique, et c'est bien. Et c'est bien parce que c'est impossible de ne pas en faire. Alors ensuite, sur ce qui a été dit par le PEN espéranto, moi je trouve ça très intéressant. La langue la plus abîmée, effectivement, dans notre manière de faire, dans notre manière de parler, c'est la langue anglaise. Nous, en France, parce qu'il y a un intellectuel qui a écrit à ce propos sur la domination de la langue anglaise, nous parlons de globish. C'est plus de l'anglais. C'est un outil qui s'appelle le globish. Et il y a eu 7 livres, vous m'écoutez, il y a eu 7 livres consacrés au globish. Et quand on va m'interroger, quelle langue parliez-vous dans la discussion des intellectuels, des écrivains pour la paix? Eh bien, on parlait le globish. Alors, c'est dommage de parler le globish alors que la langue anglaise est si riche. C'est dommage de parler le globish alors que la langue anglaise est une langue littéraire que nous admirons tous. Pourquoi avons-nous seulement nos discussions en globish? Peut-être pourrions-nous quitter le globish et utiliser les 3 langues traditionnelles du PEN. Alors ensuite, la question de la neutralité qui a été avancée par le représentant de Espéranto. Je suis désolé, mais la neutralité, un jour ou l'autre, elle tombe du côté du plus puissant. Et puisque vous avez évoqué la neutralité pendant la guerre de la Suisse, je voudrais vous raconter une histoire que tout le monde doit connaître, qui est le fait qu'à partir d'un certain moment, la Suisse a accueilli pendant quelques mois un certain nombre de Juifs qui fuyaient la France, qui fuyaient les pays dominés par les nazis. Puis au bout d'un certain temps, la neutralité a été abandonnée et on a dit la barque est pleine. La barque est pleine. C'est-à-dire, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? L'affirmation suisse de la neutralité est devenue, de moment en moment, finalement, une prise de parti pour celui qui dominait. Et ce qui est assez intéressant, c'est qu'il y a eu un gendarme suisse qui s'est opposé à cette évolution. Et ce gendarme suisse, il a été exclu de sa profession, il a dû abandonner sa fonction, et il n'a pas été salarié pendant 18 mois du fait de sa prise de position. C'est ça la neutralité? La troisième chose que je voudrais dire, c'est que nous avons des moyens politiques à soutenir pour que les conflits soient arbitrés. Et d'abord le droit international. Et c'est ce qui me rapprochera de vous, monsieur, puisque tout m'éloigne de vous, je suis en désaccord presque total avec ce que vous dites. Mais il y a un point sur lequel je suis d'accord, c'est que ce qui nous permet d'arbitrer les discussions et les conflits que nous avons, c'est le droit international. Et ce qui est reconnu à l'échelle internationale comme le droit. Mais aussi, et je le dirais à ma voisine, ce qui existe à l'ONU. Toutes les parties prenantes d'un conflit doivent, au fond, prendre en compte les positions prises par l'ONU. Et dans ce cas-là, je traite seulement un point, il est important que les parties, du point de vue du langage, nous sommes des écrivains, pour peut-être parler un instant encore du langage, du point de vue du langage, fassent très attention aux mots qu'ils utilisent. Quand on utilise le mot apartheid pour parler d'Israël, je suis absolument désolé, mais un pays qui a 2 ministres arabes qui n'ont rien de juif, rien d'israélien, qui a un procureur de la cour principale qui est un procureur arabe et musulman, le procureur principal de la cour suprême est un arabe. Parler d'apartheid, ça me fait rire. Je veux dire, si c'était pas si grave. Il faut faire attention. Je suis d'accord avec presque tout ce qu'a dit ma voisine. Mais il y a des mots qu'on ne peut pas prononcer impunément. C'est important le respect du langage, le respect des mots. Dans beaucoup de circonstances, ce qui a été dit sur Israël est juste. Et les exactions commises par les Israéliens, je les constate comme vous, et je suis prêt à en discuter. Mais attention que lorsqu'on parle de génocide, maintenant tout le monde parle de génocide. Tout le monde parle de génocide. Il y a 3 personnes tuées à cet endroit, génocide. Bon, mais c'est pas ça un génocide. Un génocide, c'est un massacre d'une population qui est repérée par son identité ethnique. J'ai fini. Par son identité ethnique et qui est massacrée à cause de cela. À ma connaissance, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'endroits où il y a de génocide aujourd'hui sur la planète, à ma connaissance. Mais il faut en discuter. Je ne connais pas tout et peut-être je me trompe. Mais en tout cas, je pense que le mot génocide ne doit pas être trop banalisé.
Gracias, Antoine. Le doy la palabra a Anand.
Pardon.
Thank you very much, my friends. I listen to you all and deep, and I feel that all in every corner of this world there is a problem, and we have to understand it and feel as a human with the issues. I thank my friends who give the comments, my friend there, and I respect your views, and you respect your views, but I would like to say something. There is a great difference between the word and reality. Let's see and go to the reality. And the word apartheid, not me use it. This is not me. This is the United Nations use it, and all the international organizing use it. Do you think there is no apartheid? Do you think that the daily killing is not apartheid? Do you think when Snow to stand up and say there's no Palestinians and they have to leave to Jordan? Can you describe this in another word? I will accept it. Okay? Another thing. We do, my friend, for Jewish people, we do respect very much. We have nothing to do. They are friends. Our problem is the Zionist movement. Our problem is with the act of the Israeli government, the apartheid Israeli government that behave against the Palestinians. As for the issue of Palestine and Israel, is not a religious issue. It is a Zionist movement want to control Palestine, all Palestine. This is one thing. The other important point, we as writers, like as pen people in Palestine, as writers in general, we always defend absolute justice, the absolute norms and values, justice, peace, respect, dignity. These words cannot be divided. But the politicians take the possible justice, and sometimes they go down to the possible of possible justice. And what we demanded in Palestine, we demanded in politics, not in literature. In politics, we demanded possible justice, but even the possible of justice, we did not take. So this is the reality. You know, I don't find myself as Palestinians who live under such a violation, and as a writer, committed writer, who write resistant literature with many important writers like Mahmoud Darwish and others, we write resistant. That means you stand firm against all kind of oppression and suppression for humanity. So this is the resistant literature. In absolute, we are resisting. We don't accept occupation. I think the solution of all these problems end the occupation. That's enough. 75 years of occupation is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for closing the debate, I would like to give the floor to Boris.
We are discussing the problem of the relation between the violence and language. And we should be aware that before arms start to speak, the words are those which kill. And we have here a long-term propaganda as a preparation for all wars. I was very surprised to hear in Russia 10 and 15 years ago that the West is preparing the war against Russia. There was nothing that I could see it myself of that. Alors, avant que les armes se mettent à parler, ce sont les mots qui tuent. And that is the relation. And allow me, because it's all about freedom. And freedom is nothing static. Freedom is not a noun.
Yes.
Freedom is a verb.
Right.
And that is the title of my poem, Freedom is a Verb, and of my last volume of poems. So allow me to read it in the Slovene original and in my own English translation. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right, that is about...
Choose one, because of the time. Or English or Slovene.
Okay. I will read certain verses. I will in Slovene, the beginning in Slovene, and the rest in English. Svoboda je glagol, freedom is a verb. Svoboda ni slaven spomin spomenika. Svoboda ni prazna beseda politika. Svoboda ni pika, ne pikar klicaj zakonika. Svoboda ni mrtev pomen samostalnika v slovarju slovenskega knjižnega jezika. Svoboda je živa kri, krilo, razkrijenost krika. Freedom is not a bunker, a sheet made of armored concrete. Freedom is not a flight in illusion of the retreat. Freedom is neither an order nor a forbidden border. Freedom is less and more than laws of the lockdown. Freedom is nothing, and freedom is a crown. Freedom is laughing and staring and daring and changing now and here and everywhere. Freedom is a breath and the air stronger than destruction and despair. Freedom is not gold, cannot be bought or sold. Freedom is not guaranteed by its guardian, by the statehood. Freedom is much more expensive. Freedom is attitude. Freedom is an unknown road here at our threshold. Freedom is a voice, deadly, fragile, and superb. Freedom is a verb. Freedom is a verb.
Well, thanks a lot for finishing. Okay. So I thank you all of you for your patience to be able to discuss almost 3 hours here. It's important to know that these events are not to solve world problems, but to exchange views, to think, to reflect, and to use the verb freedom in our daily life. So we will resume the second roundtable at 2:15. So we have 1 hour for lunch now. Thank you for your presence. Yeah, sorry. 1:15. It's 1 hour for lunch. Sorry.
To start the afternoon session, you know, we have another program, and until 4, we must absolutely stop all the discussions. So I'm asking again all of you to be short in your presentations and in your discussions. First of all, I invite the Saleh Bereket from Pan-Exile Eritrea to present the empty chair of Fesse Haye Joshua Johannes. Please, the Saleh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya. If you see some changes in what is written in here, that is the changes that we made with the family members, because there are minor, slight, I would not say mistakes, but yeah, not correct. An empty chair for Fisahaye Johannes Joshua from Eritrea. Fisahaye Johannes Joshua is an Eritrean writer, playwright, short story writer, lyrics writer, journalist, and a co-owner of the Independent City newspaper. He has been held incommunicado detention without trial for 22 years now. Fisahaye was arrested in his home on the morning of 27th September 2001. He is among the 16 independent journalists arrested in a massive crackdown between September and October of the year. For reporting an open letter by a group prominent dissent politicians within Eritrea's ruling party, popularly known as Group 15 or G15, and conduct related interviews. In this letter, the Group 15 had utterly known as, plurally known as Group, and pronounced President Isaias Afwerki's abuse of power and called his actions illegal and unconstitutional. In the crackdown, all independent media outlets were banned in Eritrea, and they had remained so until this day. In April 2002, the detained journalists reportedly began to hunger strike in protest of their prolonged incommunicado detention, demanding a fair trial before a court of law. Shortly after the hunger strike, the detainees were separated and moved to a different prison and detention centers across Eritrea. Ever since, Fsahaye Joshua has remained incommunicado detention, and the Eritrean authorities refuse to disclose any details on his location, health, and well-being. Based on unverified reports attributed to ex-prison guards, Fsahaye is also thought to have died in 2003 due to poor health and mistreatment in prison. Thank you so much.
So welcome to the afternoon program, to the round table. Literature is which, truth and justice. With me are my panelists, who I will present shortly. You know that we are going to speak about fake news, about digital, about artificial intelligence, about witnessing in war, about truth in war. First, as a member of the board of PEN International, I have to make a disclaimer over a statement that was made that PEN has not enough money, PEN is not saving people. It is not true. We are saving people. Only last year, I think that over 120 writers, journalists were saved from different areas. What you have presented in this case list 2022, it is also digital online, you can get it. So we are trying, saving people. Of course, with more money, we could save more people, but we are doing it. To start our roundtable, I chose a very famous quote. "What is truth?" said jesting Pilate, and would not stay for an answer. This is a quote from Francis Bacon's essays written in 16th century, so in the Baroque time. He was a Baroque man. I promise you, my panelists will stay for an answer. Maybe they will not reply all of them. Maybe they will not be able to, to find the essence of truth today. But in the future, I'm pretty sure we are all going to stay for an answer. So with me today are, I will just follow the order, Tone Peščák, former president of PEN Slovenia, the man who organized the International PEN Congress in 2005, and also former president of Slovenian Writers Association, a very prolific novelist, and also a very popular politician. You don't want this, but it's true. You have been the mayor of Trzin, where you are going to take your guests tomorrow for 20 years. So Tone Peščák is my first panelist, and on my left is Irina Starovoit, who is a poet and a scholar in cultural studies. She's an associate professor of cultural studies at the Ukrainian Catholic University. And now, at the moment, if I understand, you are also in visiting fellow in Oxford University. Irina holds a PhD from Lviv University and teaches modernist, several courses. She's also a member of advisory board of Writers for Peace Committee. Next to Irina is Andreja Lišić, vice president of PEN Bosnia and Herzegovina. Andreja is also a member of the advisory board of Peace Committee, and Andreja is also a teacher. So we have two teachers today. Also a teacher, a theorist and comparatist, and she has written on structuralism, romances, popular genre, South Slav literature, focusing particularly on French and also Russian literary relations. Her most recent book is on Margaret Atwood, who is also international vice president of PEN, and Ursula Le Guin and Antonia Byatt. And last but not least, totally on my left, is Salil Tripathi, former chair of Writers in Prison Committee, an awarded journalist and a very good poet. I just translated his poem today in the morning. He writes a lot on politics, economics, literature, and social trends for very well-known media, like Far Eastern Economic Review, the Wall Street Journal, International Herald Tribune, and many, many other. And Salil is also a member of board of PEN International. We will try to be quick so that you have enough time, but I warn you, we will really stop at 4 o'clock. Tone, actually, this is a topic that Slovenian PEN suggested for this meeting. And Tone was the one actually to have suggested it. And what did you have in mind when you were, why relation, literature, and truth? And what is your comprehension of truth, first as individual, and then maybe second as a writer? You can speak in Slovene if it's easier, because we have this translation.
Zdaj, ko smo se na upravnem odboru pogovarjali o tej temi, sta bila pravzaprav po mojem mnenju dva motiva. En motiv je bil, ki ga je nekako najbolj izpovedovala ena naša kolegica, ki je pesnica, ki se je spraševala o tem, po mojem mnenju, v etičnem pomenu besede. Kakšna je zdaj resnica, ki jo sporoča neko literarno delo, z vidika odgovornosti, recimo avtorja, do teh ljudi, bralcev, ki jim nekaj sporoča in ki pač literarno delo lahko vzamejo kot nekaj, kar je nevprašljivo, kar je popolnoma verodostojno in tako naprej. Sam sem se tej temi nekako bližal z tega vidika, ki je prisoten v razmišljanju o literaturi v odnosu do stvarnosti, pravzaprav odkar obstaja literatura. Najmanj 2300 in še več let traja pravzaprav razprava o tem, kakšna je resnica literature, umetnosti nasploh, kakšna je v razmerju do resnice v stvarnosti, življenja, ki ga živimo. Vemo, da je s tem to temo prvi zaostril Platon, ki je rekel, da je pesnike treba izgnati iz države, ker pač širijo, bi danes rekli, lažne novice, ker si izmišljujejo določene stvari, jih predstavljajo kot da so veščaki na tem področju, ki ga opisujejo, to je Homerju očital Platon, in s tem zavajajo ljudi, jim dajejo napačne informacije o svetu, bi danes rekli. Potem je Aristotel oblikoval eno kompromisno stališče, je rekel, naloga pač književnosti, umetnosti ni pričevanje o nekih stvarnih dogodkih, niti ne, če bi lahko rekli, ustvarjanje vtisa, da gre za neke stvarne dogodke. Mimogrede, anekdota iz antike govori, da je eden izmed grških tragedov celo plačal globo, ker je opisal v tragediji resnični dogodek, ki se je nedavno zgodil in naj bil preveč bolet za Grke, Frinihos. Potem, in seveda ta polemika traja do današnjih dni. Neko rešitev je iznašla fenomenologija z Ingardnom, ki je postavila teorijo tako imenovane kakor stvarnosti, ki pa mora biti seveda na ta način oblikovana, da jo dojemamo na enak način, pravzaprav čutno, nazorno, kot dojemamo stvarno. Ampak to je nek teoretski nivo, s katerim se literatura ukvarja še danes. Ravno včeraj sem bral v slovenskem časopisu, v književnih listih, neke vrste reportažo o enem avstralskem pisatelju, ki v svojem romanu kombinira v bistvu teorijo romana in roman kot fabulo, kot zgodbo. In sproti se prav teoretsko na nek način reflektira to, kar piše. Drugo je pa izkustveni nivo. Mi vsi pišemo in se srečujemo v nekem ekstremnih primerih, recimo, ko pišemo nekaj, kar je avtobiografsko. Jaz imam nekaj izkušenj s tem, pa ne samo s tem, da ne bo pomote, da bi bil toliko samoljuben, da bi samo o sebi pisal, ampak poskušal sem napisati 3 zgodbe v bistvu, ki imajo avtobiografsko ozadje. In seveda se srečaš s tem, da v bistvu preko slej ugotavljaš, da je spomin nezanesljiv. Da je spomin v bistvu interpretacija dogodkov, ki so se zgodili ali pa se niti niso zgodili. In ko sem se s prvo temo z tega področja ukvarjal, sem se ukvarjal s tem praktično 20 let. Začenjal, pa pustil, pa spet začel, dokler mi ni enkrat razsvetljiv na eni okrogli mizi, bom takoj končal, George Conrad v Beogradu na eni okrogli mizi, ki je rekel, spomin je vedno fikcija. Se pravi, da tudi avtobiografijo, in to je, se mi zdi ključno, pišemo kot interpretacijo, ne kot niti slučajno ni zanesljivo, da je to res tako. In razkorak med literarno ali pa umetniško resnico in med tem, kar mislimo, da je dejanska resnica, bi se pravzaprav vrnil k Aristotelu, ni veritas, ni nikoli, če je knjiga dobra, ne gremo preverjati, ali se je to, kar piše Balzac, res zgodilo in ali se je zgodilo točno tako, kot on opisuje. Rastinjak najbrž ni živel, Lucien de Rubempré ni živel, najbrž so pa živeli ljudje, ki so Balzacu lahko služili kot nek motivacija, celo kot neke vrste modeli in tako naprej. Medtem, ker tisto, kar je vsebina romana, kar je resnica, je pravzaprav to, kar pravi Aristotel, še zmeraj verjamemo to, so neki vzgibi, neke odkrivanje nekih zakonitosti, ki poganjajo življenje, ki v bistvu so tudi razlog ali pa vzgib za to, kar se tudi v stvarnosti dogaja, čeprav se to, kar se v knjigi zgodi, ni nikoli zgodilo. In resnica knjige izhaja iz verodostojnosti tega procesa, če lahko tako rečem, iz tega, da verjamemo celo bolj kot nekemu slučajnemu dogodku, ki se je zgodil pri sosedih, ker je, rečemo, to je naključje, kar se je zgodilo tam. Če bi on prišel 20 minut kasneje, pa ne bi najdel ljubimca pri ženi, recimo, ali pa tako, in te resnice sploh ne bi bilo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tone. Actually, what you're saying about Aristotle, he said that poets are the ones to give a true picture of a certain era, of certain society, because they write about what should and could have happened, not about what happened. And with this question, and thinking of Balzac, who was also a very failed publisher in newspaper business, but still a grand author, I'm turning to Salil. Salil, you are a journalist. You also, but you're also a poet and a writer. What does truth mean to you as a journalist? And what is the essence of truth? Is it fact? And how is your relationship with facts, particularly in the view what's going on in the world at the moment with artificial intelligence, with all this internet buzz that is actually flooding us in a way? Please.
Sure, thank you. So I was listening to myself in my own voice. That was very, very weird, yes. Listening to yourself is never a good idea, right? I mean, yeah. But, so I'll start with a short incident and a story. There is a British Sri Lankan novelist called Romesh Gunasekara, who was shortlisted for the Booker Prize, I think in 1993, for his novel called Reef. And once I interviewed him at the Lahore Literature Festival in Pakistan. And I asked him about how does he approach a topic, because Sri Lanka is often mistaken and assumed with India because it's kind of like the subcontinent, although it's a separate island. And he put it very interestingly, because he had kept telling me earlier that you should not compare Sri Lanka with India or Pakistan or Bangladesh, but with Trinidad and Jamaica and other island nations, because our thinking is very different because we're surrounded by water. So I said, how do you approach an extremely divided society with a lot of conflict? And he says, I have it easy, you don't. And I said, why? He said, you're a journalist and I'm a novelist. So I said, explain why. He said, I can make things up, you can't. And I think it's a very interesting starting point in this conversation, because a fiction writer has the freedom and the ability to make things up and therefore write a larger truth. I mean, that's the underlying premise of it. Good journalists, and I make the distinction between journalists, pamphleteers, and bad journalists and good journalists. Good journalists are meant to go only as far as the facts can take them. When I worked with the Far Eastern Economic Review in Jakarta and Singapore and Kuala Lumpur back in the 90s, anytime something happened, someone I think of as my mentor, John Macbeth, who's a New Zealand-based, he's a New Zealander, now lives in Indonesia. He used to tell me that, what does it mean? What has just happened? Yes, we know Suharto may resign, but what does it mean? And if he's going to resign, why is it happening? And what do we know? And go only as far as facts can take you. Now, this is very old school journalism. Fewer and fewer journalists do it, but I must say that a large number, I don't know whether they're majority or minority, but a large number of journalists still do that. And it's always hard to tell. It's like the four blind men in Hindustan, as they say, that when they see a big elephant and they are all blindfolded, so someone thinks that the elephant is like a string, someone thinks it's like a big flappy ears, and someone only sees the leg, and therefore he or she thinks that it's like a pillar. And so the reality that the reporter sees is obviously going to be restricted and distorted. The less he relies on other suspect narrators, the better it is. And it becomes very hard. I've been a researcher for Amnesty International as well, and I've been to refugee camps and so on. And the first goal every refugee has, and I mean no disrespect to refugees, those of you who have been refugees or no refugees, I genuinely mean no disrespect, but the first rule they have is to embellish their story. Because they want the international coalition and IOM and ICRC to take their story as credible, to take them out to a safe space. They don't want to be in that hellhole of a camp, whether it is Kutupalong in Bangladesh, where the Rohingyas are, where I met them. And they always tell you that I was beaten up 35 times. They were beaten up 5 times. And 5 is 5 too many. But the story they will tell you will be 35. They always embellish it. So that skeptical ear you're supposed to have as a journalist makes the job harder, because it makes you see subtleties. It makes you question and examine things that you're being told. But for the fiction writer, that's great, because you can really, and also there's this other horrendous thing that happens in refugee camp. There was an American journalist British journalist who later became American, called Edward Beher, and he was the editor of Newsweek magazine. And his book is called Anyone Here Been Raped and Speaks English? Because he goes to a refugee camp and he just loudly shouts, anyone here been raped and speaks English? Yeah, tell me what happened. Because he has to get, for AP or UPI or Reuters, he needs to get those 5 quotes to lead his story with. So there has to be a certain amount of callousness, cynicism in the pursuit of truth that the journalist has. Whereas the novelist has a freedom to completely imagine it or use it as a basis point to talk about what they want. And the other part of, again, in the quest between truth and fact, is the Rashomon story, which goes with the unreliability of the memory that we just talked about. That, you see Kurosawa's film, Rashomon, and one incident has taken place. A woman has been attacked, and 4 or 5 people see it. I've forgotten now how many samurais are there. But they look at it, and each one has a different version of who did it, when, what, and how. And I think that's the reality we are in. What complicates is exactly what you just asked towards the end, and that's what I want to come to now, which is the technology and what it does. Because yesterday in my speech, I spoke about how it is possible to manipulate reality. I can create on the internet a document that looks as if it was signed in 1633 with stains and it will look sepia toned and all that, and which will claim that I own a patch of land somewhere as a colonial power or whatever it is. We are able to rewrite and recreate the past. We are able to recreate videos of people who look credible, who are, as the Joe Biden video I was talking about, it is Joe Biden, it is his voice, it is his face, but those are not his words, but they are put in his mouth. So it's going to make the job of future historians, future journalists, extremely difficult. And especially when we are talking about fog of war, where people are going to put out stories which are going to be difficult, and the ownership of truth, which is my final point, which is exactly, I wrote a book on Bangladesh and the conflict. Now, if I were to, everybody in Bangladesh is taught that 3 million Bangladeshis were killed in 1971. Now, if you were to do a statistical analysis, that means 12,000 deaths per day over the 9-month period of the war. Now, the worst conflict we have known in recent years has been the Congo War, where the total number of deaths per day was 800. I've done the numbers, so I can tell you that these are accurate figures. So the worst conflict we know since the Second World War was 800 a day. Here they're saying, talk about 12,000 a day. So either they have to really prove, in terms of mass graves and all that, that yes, so many deaths did take place, or they have to be willing to accept that the number was smaller. I did research at the archives of ICRC in Geneva, and the figure I found there was something between 170,000 to 300,000 dead. That's still way too many. It's still a crime against humanity. It doesn't have to be called a genocide. It still remains a crime against humanity, and we have to go after that. But you say that, then you are immediately called in Bangladesh by the current government a genocide enabler. And you can go to jail for 5 years at a time, at the very least. So this battle between the politician, the clergy, I've not even spoken about the pundits and mullahs and priests and how they claim to own truth. And in that process, the journalist has to be somehow try to be accurate at a time of eroding credibility of media, at a time of trying to recreate and interpret the reality as he or she sees it, and put it across as best as they know. And I still would prefer that version over most other versions that come, because they're cynical. They have no axe to grind. A good reporter doesn't have an axe to grind. He wants a good story and interpret what's going on. And from the novelist, I would want to get the great truth, such as the unreliable narrator of Salman Rushdie. When he writes about India in 1947, it's far more compelling than the revised history that is coming from the Indian government now. But we can go into more later.
Thank you so much, Salil, for this first doubt, which we have to have. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, Salil was speaking about the camps, about the wars. Irina, Russian propaganda in many countries, including Slovenia to some extent, is trying to spread somehow of nostalgia, but I will serve myself with a quote of Svetlana Alexievich here. She wrote, if you look back at the whole of our history, both Soviet and post-Soviet, it is a huge common grave and a bloodbath, an internal dialogue of the executioners and the victims. And probably executioner and the victim and victims have different stories. So how do you, what do you think? Is truth individual, or is truth, let's say, a collective category? And what do you think is more true? Is it more true witnessing and all the process that you're trying to interview the victims, what Salil was talking about in the camps? Or is it more true what later on will be written? You know, it's too much for one question. Sorry,
Yes.
Irina. But I know you can do it. I really do.
I will make some take of your question. First of all, last year, in the midst of the big Russian-Ukrainian war, I visited Auschwitz, and I wanted to understand better what this concentration camp was about, but also what structural violence was about, and what genocidal intention was about. And I have met one of the last, really, one of the few and last Auschwitz survivors. His name was August Kowalczyk, and his number tattooed on his hand was 6881. So actually, his life resolution was, when he was released from Auschwitz, when he survived his executioners and torturers, that he will make 6,881 excursion in the Auschwitz, telling his own stories, making the sense of his own experience. And I think this is a wonderful revolution, was a wonderful resolution, actually. So experience is important. Experience is important. But if you think about these puzzles, these micro-narratives, they have to come to something. We as humans, we are now flooded by the information and by all kinds of narratives. So my take here would be that truth is the relationship of subject to object. We all do not live only in virtual reality. We live also in the reality with which we bump, with which we clash. So our attitude and relationship to it has to be articulated. The consciousness, the human consciousness is about it. We have, of course, non-human presence here. Mimi is taking part in many of the discussions very calmly. And I'm very curious what she is having to say about all this. But yeah, because for me, it's really hard to go so far, to stretch my imagination so far. So I'm coming back to the human condition. The truth could be conveyed, could be somehow we have to make a story of a truth, let's say. And sometimes we have truth tellers, and sometimes we have liars, and sometimes we have those who produce fakes. In my understanding, sometimes people with good intention could produce both lies and fakes. So we have to make this distinction. If the intention is good, then the dialogue is possible, because then we can actually correct and go further into details and explain better or give more fresh arguments in order to persuade the other party. But when the intention is criminal, when the intention is the intention of a rapist or a killer, no dialogue will serve your truth. So in a way, it is really, really important that when we think about the liar and the faker, the liar knows the truth. And the liar do everything in order to distract you from the truth with making up another story. So in this way, in my understanding, propaganda is a liar, not a fake news. The faker doesn't know the truth and doesn't care. And here, for me, the problematic part is not that he or she doesn't know the truth, but that she or he doesn't care. She or he says, well, it may be this way or maybe that way, we really don't know, and nobody will know ever. And because of that, I want to make a take from my
background. I come from a particular place in a particular time, and let me give a case. I understand we are on the international level, in the international platform, but excuse me, I will make a case of contemporary war between Russia and Ukraine. The break with dark history, it is essential to be capable to imagine the history other way, or just to imagine another future possible. So participation in culture even intensified since 2014, since Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine and then started clandestine and then open war against it. But the process of disintegration of the Warsaw Bloc is important again. Then the USSR itself fell into the era of postmodernism. Culturally, it was this epoch which we call now postmodernism. Postmodernism was closely related to post-colonialism, and in the Soviet context, it entered a culture heavily mutilated by so-called social realism. While Balzac was realist, I lived and I have been trained in school during the epoch of social realism. Consequently, the marginal became central, not only in novels and films. It found itself in the focus of political and economical news, as well as in the focus of historical news, called by the time clothing of white spots. So the disclosure of unknown facts, of repressed past, previously kept in the ranked files and forbidden for the public. When the former colonies began to fight for their dignity, equality, and independence, they spoke up. Their history and their truths were different from what was taught in the imperial capitals. Against this background, a new epistemological framework of pluralism and the coexistence of an infinite number of points of view and many micro-truths emerged. Okay. However, some stories from below and stories from periphery turned out to be cognitively and morally incompatible with the official narrative of the post-empire. Its self-description crumbled from the collision with the description made by the other. Therefore, postmodernism gave a place for the other, a platform, a screen, and even a microphone, but did not give it political power and moral weight, so that what was seen and experienced in a different way changed the consciousness of people raised in the empire, by the empire, already after the empire. The power of alternative histories was provided not only to work with collective memory. It was supposed to train the collective political imagination and prepare a different vision and a more inclusive world, a different future. However, this vision has been obscured, and the future itself was blocked by the declaration of the end of history. The decentralization, eccentricity, and polyphony of postmodernism opened the sources for the emergence of some other common narrative, valid both in the former center and on the recent periphery. A narrative that is both more comprehensive and closer to the truth. The demand for truth returned, and the episteme changed once more. The emancipatory potential of pluralism was exhausted because it led to irresponsibility, civic passivity, and criminal inaction. Now, this was not a let all flowers bloom, or every version is right and wrong in the same time. After many decades of silencing and then fragmentation, dispersal of microhistories, there was an urgent need for a new synthesis, a new truth, and even new centralism, but on other principles. To understand the scale of distortions and threatening manipulations of collective imagination and memory in Russia prior and after the collapse of the USSR, it is necessary to look at the state of post-Soviet nostalgia through the optics of memory ethics. To see the inability of nostalgic people to distance themselves from the catastrophic past and place moral accents in it. This system was cruel and crooked. In Soviet cinema and literature, there were rare but still important attempts to circumvent or overcome the censorship. Part of the cultural production worked with large audiences of viewers and readers acting within the system, but using hints, the skills of reading between the lines, due to the secret biographical knowledge and the similarity of fate and experience. So fate and experience is important to understanding the truth, because if you know this from the experience, you just decipher who is trying to exploit you, or who is propaganda here. Since the declaration of the Russian Federation as the legal successor of the Soviet Union, glasnost has never been officially contested. But the works with memory of, and especially with the guilt for the Soviet systemic terror and the official level, at the official level gradually collapsed. The grief and trauma of the victims and descendants of them inflicted by the USSR on its own citizens were not recognized and at least somehow compensated by the state, but were reduced to the cycles of inconspicuous local groups of activists and government programs for detailed study of the mechanism of mass repressions and artificial hunger or legal prosecutions of the perpetrators and the perpetrators of these crimes. They never actually come into being. The formula that Stalinism, with its millions of victims among the enemies of people, as well as their women and children, and later Brezhnev's persecution of dissidents in their families, randomly affected all the people of the USSR, including the Russians, was presented as an insoluble ethical aporia. Once everybody suffered, then there is no one to blame or no one to call to justice. And they just stopped there. Determining the growth of Soviet nostalgia in Russia as a trend that deepened and grew in all generations, like a couple of years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, never has been exposed by Russian intellectuals or Sovietologists or post-Sovietologists as a problem. No one put a question really bluntly and truthfully. Is it moral to be nostalgic for the Soviet Union, or sharpen it to its core? Is it possible to be nostalgic for the Gulag? Here I will stop.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, very powerful. Is it possible to be nostalgic for the Gulag? This is a sentence that will remain in my mind for a while. Well, I'm turning to Andrea Lišić from Bosnia and Herzegovina to challenge her to tell us about the truth, or maybe several truths in Bosnia and Herzegovina. How is the war perceived? We know some facts. We know there were logors, there were camps. We know there were 55,000 women raped. How do you try, and also how does literature after the war try to comprehend and to reveal this one truth or maybe three truths? Tell us, please.
Since we decided along since we decided as we started, and we started late, that we were going to do just one round, Tanya skipped the first set of questions she had for me. And the things that I've been thinking about intensely in preparation were to do with those first questions. Which are to do with how do we imagine truth. I will answer your question, but I think I need this introduction.
Please do.
So, Tanya said what it is that I do. And the things that I've been doing recently have to do with narratology. So it's a subdiscipline in literary theory that deals with stories and how they're constructed. And the other thing that I was intensely thinking about was the way fantastical worlds are created, so fantasy. And I'll start with the hypothesis, I'll move on to examples, and I'll come to a sort of tentative conclusion and an answer to the question you did pose.
Thank you so much.
So, my hypothesis is this. It's not just mine. Quite a lot of people in say, cognitive poetics start with this. The stories we tell, particularly stories about the past, historical stories, provide not just the knowledge of the past, but also patterns of thought about the past. They provide a framework of what is possible in the present and guide our expectation of the future. In the previous sessions, in the speeches of the people who spoke before me, there was a sort of rhetorical gesture of mentioning past events, which can illustrate what is happening now. The great French writer, philosopher, structuralist, post-structuralist Roland Barthes, in his book Mythology, on French bourgeois myth or French bourgeois ideology, gave the example that the French Revolution is not just the historical event in French culture. It is also a scheme, a structure of political action that can be applied and that is understood as part of understanding generally French political space. This idea of using the past to project onto the present and onto the future is something that a group of historians from former Yugoslavia a couple of years ago reacted against. They wrote a declaration against the misuse of history, arguing that history is something that should be studied, is something that should be understood in all its complexity, but is not something that can be used as a pattern for applying to the political space of today. Now, I'm going to move on to fantasy. One of my favorite fantasy writers is the great late British writer Terry Pratchett. In Terry Pratchett's work, there is this fantastical world called Discworld, which is not ruled by natural laws, it's ruled by laws of magic. And one of those crucial aspects of this world is an element called narrativium. Narrativium is a tendency of the world to make stories once started happen. So the third son can't help himself. He has to go on adventure, win the treasure, and marry the king's daughter. And Pratchett sees this way that stories kind of create a groove in the world, and they run in that groove, as a prison. In one of his novels, he has the three witches, and I'll explain why witch is important later, having realized that fairy tales are coming true, they go on an adventure to prevent the story of Cinderella, the story of Little Red Riding Hood, the story of Sleeping Beauty. There is a wonderful moment when they come to the Sleeping Beauty and they wake her up, and she wakes up and says, well, I was expecting the prince. And the witches say, well, if he can cut through some thorny bushes and kiss you while you're asleep, that's no proof that he's going to be a good husband. So just wake up and do your thing. Have your eyes widely open. Now, the reason why witches are important for Terry Pratchett, he defines witchery as having two abilities. It's nothing to do with use of magic. It's having two abilities. One is first sight, and then somebody asks in the novel, you mean third sight, third eye? And the witch explains, no, first sight. It's being able to see what is in front of you. Everybody can see things that are not there. That's a normal human ability, to see what is not there, to project onto the world that which is in our heads. But first sight and third thoughts. Our first thoughts comment on what we see, second thoughts comment on that, but third thoughts, they think about the way we think. So having those two abilities is what makes a witch. Now, we had a witch in our shared Yugoslav culture. In the early 90s, there was a group of feminists who opposed to Croatian nationalism. One of the most important of them, Dubravka Ugrešić, died recently. I thought I was going to do this. She, a number of my former students who had put up on social media posts with the image of a broomstick and the message, fly safe. In Terry Pratchett's novels, he says witches act like cats. They don't have leaders. But there's always a witch which is first among the leaders they don't have. Dubravka Ugrešić, I think, for quite a lot of us, was the first amongst the leaders we don't have. And one of the reasons why that was so was a book she wrote in the 90s called The Culture of Lies. In The Culture of Lies, Dubravka Ugrešić documented of all the lies that are necessary to tell in order to create war, in order to produce hate, in order to project onto others historical stories which do not apply to them, to invent fascists where they're not there, to invent historical grievances and apply them to the people who were not to blame for them, and then, after all those lies were told, to create a war. What happens after a war? And in Bosnia, we haven't had peace. We've had a ceasefire that's lasted 30 years. And what happens when you don't have a proper war, proper peace, just peace, peace that comes with acceptance of one's own guilt, with recognition of the suffering of others? In that case, you basically have multiple histories. And the self-enclosed stories that people tell themselves in order to potentially justify a new conflict.
Thank you so much, really, for this deep insight. It's amazing. Yes, please. Yeah. One thing I found fascinating is actually that you picked two immensely powerful writers and individuals. They both ended their lives. Terry Pratchett had dementia and went to Switzerland to end his life. And Dubravka Ugrešić, we just read in the media, I don't know if it's true, that she also was very, very ill in Netherlands and decided in the circle of her family to end her life. Amazing. Well, I hope it's not fake. But for Terry Pratchett, I'm really sure, because I studied him, yeah. Well, first sight and third thoughts. Now, we see that with many fantasy literature, with many dystopian novels, Salil, this question will go to you, we can see a projection of society, which is, it's based on certain facts. Now, you know that during the pandemic, half of the world was reading 1984 by George Orwell, and maybe some other half Animal Farm. It depends how you were. And I'm wondering now, in this crazy world of fake facts, of cheating, artificial intelligence, what is the role of engaged literature? Now let's have a shorter round, and then we will pass the word to you, audience. Please.
This may sound very motherhood and apple pie type of a statement, but to pursue the truth as it is perceived, that is the role of the engaged literature. I really found Andrea's descriptions very illuminating just now. As an Amnesty researcher, I've spent some time in Bosnia in the early 2000s. So I'm a little bit familiar with the history of Bosnia, not of all the other components of former Yugoslavia, but how history is owned, taken over. And I was born in India, and I look at what's happening in India now with the quest over history, with history books being rewritten, I gave the example yesterday that one textbook actually claims that Gandhi committed suicide, which is simply not true. but that was in a textbook. So this kind of erasure of the past and complicity and guilt of the past is straight textbook example of what Umberto Eco wrote about in 1995 in this wonderful essay in the New York Review of Books, absolutely, October 15, 1995, called The Rise of Ur-Fascism. And he comes up with a set of 14 steps that a country, and this Turkish writer, whose name I now forget, but How to Lose Your Country, which came out, I think, a couple of years ago, goes into something similar like that, which actually puts together the steps. First is to make the powerful feel that they are persecuted, make the privileged feel that they are the minority, and then to play on their images, use tropes, make them feel by using tropes that only they understand that the history is terrible. So in India, you would tell the Hindus that Muslims were only unmitigated disaster. Taj Mahal isn't really Taj Mahal, it's actually a Hindu temple called Tejo Mahal. I know it sounds bizarre, but that's the claim that's being made. That's how they got rid of one mosque and now want to build a temple there. And they're on that march. And I don't think, I mean, my alarmist friends will tell me that the aim of this is to have a genocide. I don't know. I can't picture how the evil mind thinks, but it's certainly to make... That's right. Thank you so much. Yeah, the name of the Turkish writer that I couldn't remember at that time. But yeah, but this is the thing, that there is a pattern of it, of finding out the message that would resonate with a specific audience, make them feel that they're under grievance, and then say things that are insightful, like the Milosevic speech I mentioned. Narendra Modi also doesn't go and say that, go and kill people. What he says is that you can tell the extremists by the way they dress. That's all he will say. But that's enough as a dog whistle to tell the people what to do to men with beards and women in hijabs. That's exactly what happens there. So it's that kind of a world that we have. So the role of the writer in this kind of a situation is essentially to shout continuously and tell the truth. And I mean, I spend quite a lot of time on Twitter by pointing out factual evidence to people who make bald assertions. And people say, don't you have your own book to finish and all? Yes, I do, but some of us also have a country to save, so.
Thank you, Cyril. So, in this terrible mess, Irina, I'm turning now to you. What about young generations? What kind of truth do they get? What kind of truth about Ukraine and Russia will they get in 10 years?
Who wins? Yeah, when I think about my students, because this is generation of my contemporary students, I would say two things. First, they got into adulthood very fast and irreversibly. They are more mature and responsible citizens than I was in their age, and probably even than I am now. And another thing is that they are very creative, and they have abilities which I would attribute to some witchcraft or something, yeah? What do I mean? Literally, they are going through the walls. Why? Because in Ukraine, often these are destructed walls. And they are going into the rubbles, they are helping people after the disaster. They are receiving and intaking so much human suffering and pain that actually they literally have this philosophy of life that we have to care, we have to be very attentive, and we have to be very helpful to each other. They are citizens of the world more because they understand now the core of the humanity. This core of the humanity has been threatened before their eyes, and they know that for sure. First, they will rebuild their country. When I was a teenager, every fourth of us wanted to emigrate, and many emigrated. Among the younger generation, they all, we have recent poll, 93% of them is saying, even if now I'm abroad, I am coming back because Ukraine needs me. Not I need something from Ukraine, but my country needs me. And another thing is that they are absolutely and resolutely sure they are capable to make the future, which will be better future, because the elder generation left this world in such a mess, in such a disaster, with such many ecological problems plus local problems, that they just have to do better.
Thank you. It's very optimistic, and I am optimistic too, although, Tone, you wrote, sorry, let me just move this so that you will be able to speak later. You wrote a trilogy, first about your childhood, that was very difficult, and then your teenage and student years. I believed you. When I was reading it, I believed what you were telling me. So is it the style which matters? What is it that we rather believe an author or an artistic movie than we read or believe the history books?
No, prej sem pač že omenil to, da se pač v nekem trenutku zelo dolgo loteval prve izmed teh knjig in da sem zelo veliko časa potreboval za to, da sem našel pravzaprav pristop. Na kratko bi mogoče rekel tako, ne. Stvar ni stekla, dokler sem si želel opisovati svoje otroštvo. Ker je to otroštvo v spominu seveda niz nekih dogodkov, ki med sabo dostikrat niso videti povezani. In če bi jaz opisoval te dogodke, bi pravzaprav to bil nek panoptikum nekaj kratkih zgodbic, ki bi bile vsaka zase, težko pa bi pravzaprav prišlo do neke celote, ne. In potem sem v bistvu ugotovil, da se človek v teh letih od prvih spominov, jaz si domišljam, da se spominjam prvih stvari iz časa, ko sem bil 2 leti star, ne, do neke dobe, ko se pač ta knjiga konča, oblikuje kot oseba. In jaz mislim, da je to v bistvu roman o oblikovanju osebnosti, ne. In je to v bistvu interpretacija teh dogodkov in zato tudi pravim, da marsikaj nekako obstaja v mojem spominu, ne, niti ni nujno, da se je zgodilo ali pa da se je zgodilo tako. In to seveda velja tudi za naslednje knjige, jaz si pač domišljam, da iz tega cikla, da v bistvu so vse te knjige neka zgodba o oblikovanju neke osebe, tudi kot študenti se seveda še vedno oblikujemo in tako naprej. In v bistvu se oblikujemo in spreminjamo do konca življenja, ne. Nihče ni enak takrat, ko je star 80 let, kot je bil takrat, ko je bil star 7 let. In tisto, kar je pri tem zanimivo, ne, je ta proces, tega oblikovanja. Zdaj pa, če smem samo še 2 stavka reči na temo angažirane literature. Danes se mi zdi, da je en specifičen čas, ne vem, kako je drugod, ampak v Sloveniji je skoraj vsa književnost, danes radi rečemo aktivistična, ne. Razen redkih izjem, ne. Se pravi angažirana. Zdaj, angažirana književnost je po mojem mnenju, zgodovinsko gledano, značilna za krizna obdobja, za obdobja vojn, revolucij, nekih hudih družbenih pretresov, ne. Mi imamo izkušnjo z angažirano književnostjo recimo iz časa tako zvane narodno-osvobodilne borbe, ne, se pravi iz časa okupacije Jugoslavije leta 1941 do 1945 in še nekaj časa potem. In ta književnost je dala nekaj zelo dobrih rezultatov tudi, ne, literarno gledano. Ne. V mnogih pogledih je pa taka književnost seveda usmerjena v neko idejo, ki je na nek način izven literarna, ne, in ki je lahko zelo pozitivna, ne, seveda, ne, je lahko zelo socialna, je lahko tako kot v primeru naše te narodno-osvobodilne borbe uperjena zoper nacizem, fašizem in te anomalije, ampak je na nek način funkcionalna, ne, ima nek določen namen, tisto, kar rečemo utilitarna, ne, ki je zunaj literarne in zaradi tega je seveda velik del te književnosti ali pa take umetnosti dostikrat na nek način izgubi vrednost, ko te okoliščine minejo. Ne. In zato se jaz danes razmišljam o tem, zakaj tako intenzivna rast aktivistične umetnosti nasploh, ne, danes. Ne. Ali je, seveda je to tudi najbrž izraz neke določene krize, v kateri se je znašla ne samo Slovenija, ampak se mi zdi, da civilizacija naša nasploh, pa način razmišljanja, ne, o demokraciji, o vsem. Po drugi strani pa mogoče izraz pravzaprav neke vrste nezaupanja v umetnost, pa v literaturo v klasičnem pomenu besede. Ne. Vsi danes zelo veliko govori seveda o problemu konkurence, ne vem, umetne inteligence, vsega tega, tudi znanosti, ne, ker se zdi, da bo znanost še par let pa bo razkrila vse skrivnosti, ki obstajajo, ne, do velikega poka nazaj, ne, bomo videli in včasih zdi, kot da smo nekako, se bojimo pravzaprav, da se nam prostor krči, ne? Da nekako zgubljamo teren. Ne? In kar je seveda zelo pomembno vprašanje, zdaj bom pa končal, da ne bom zamoril ljudi, ne? Tukaj, ki pričakujejo čez druge diskusije, na nek način, kot da zgublja se tisti pomen, ki je nastal, ker literatura vendarle vleče svoje korenine od mitologije naprej. Ne? In da svet postaja preveč znan na nek način.
Yeah. Maybe you think that the world is succumbing to facts too much. Well, maybe a little applause. I know it comes with a bit of distance, but we were talking about languages. This is the last question for my panelists. Tone was talking about a process of memory. Also, well, many times Bosnia and Herzegovina, they say you are in a frozen war. Although theoretically you don't shoot in the streets, but you are in a frozen war. The conflicts are not resolved. So do you think, Andrea, that all these different narratives that exist and all this, how shall I say, changed perspective of truth with these new technologies, is it a threat to democracy, general and in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
I think, yes. I mean, like everywhere else, those of us who I'm mostly off social media, and when I am present, I have very curated feed. But occasionally there is a very popular news portal in Bosnia called Kliks. And it's often said that if you want to see the absolute dregs of public discourse, go into the comments in the articles. And and I imagine it's the same case everywhere. But I want to go on into a positive, well, it's not fully positive, but we do have big problems that are global, from huge economic inequality and climate change to conflicts in various countries. And those are for lack of a better word, universal for us now. And it seems to me that where hope will be created is in paying attention to those. I don't know how many of you have seen the protest that happened in Belgrade last Friday. Huge rivers of people. There are more protests scheduled for next Friday, and they'll probably be bigger. And there have been protests in Belgrade going on for at least a year. Now, those of us who still smart from the lack of will in Serbian political discourse to confront the 90s and to confront the atrocities that were committed in the name of Serbian nationalism in the 90s, I guess can take some comfort in the fact that the protests that have been going on are ecological, that they have to do with the environment, they have to do with soil and water and air. But through those discussions, there is room for rediscovering common humanity and to recognizing what unites us. So this happened even before. In the and we'll it's considering the amount of rain is falling, I imagine we'll have more floods very soon.
Yes.
Yeah. And in the 2014, there were big floods. I think you had them as well in Slovenia. Yes. And there were floods on the rivers on the border between Croatia and Bosnia and Serbia. And what happened is that the people were perfectly happy to cross borders to help each other. Because the sense that nature is rebelling meant that we must
consolidate.
Yes, consolidate and help each other. So I think that the protests that are going on now in Serbia don't nominally have anything to do with the critique of nationalism. They are against violence. But what is also happening on the sidelines is that the murals in Belgrade streets of war criminals are being painted over, that people are talking about that as well as part of the atmosphere that has led to a school shooting. And I think that this is something that is potentially extremely positive, but it seems it needed that change of topic. It needed a new way of thinking about the world and taking into account precisely that which unites us. And hopefully that is going to be potentially the future of politics in our region.
Thank you so much, Andrea. So you heard our panelists, and I must say I'm deeply moved that two panelists coming from two countries, one 30 years ago in very brutal war, left alone, and one at the moment of war, are most optimistic. So there is hope for humanity, and there is hope for solidarity and things that unite us. Now it's your turn, dear public, okay? Please, you have the floor. Please, if you can come up front, because we need the sale. We need to speak into the mics.
Yes. Hello, I'm Miruna Vlada. I'm from Romania, Bucharest. I have been listening until now, and I had a lot of mixed feelings, and I wanted also to appreciate the very rich discussion in this afternoon, and both Irina and Andrea have outlined very strong literary position on truth, because I think it was at a certain moment more politics than literature. Maybe we should just remember to come back to literature, and how does literature connect to truth.
And that is definitely a political position that arts in general take. So I myself, like many others, believe that definitely there is no such thing as art being totally disconnected and floating somewhere in the air. It has a profound positionality, and that is political. And I think PEN, with its rich history of saving writers from the prison, shows that it was a political act to do so, not an abstract aesthetic experience, right? But beyond that, I wanted to remind everybody of a very, very famous discourse of probably one of the most famous Nigerian writers, Chimamanda Adichie, and Andrea reminded me about her and her strong also feminism and her strong plea for the danger of a single story. And I think this touches the core of the difference between a writer and a journalist, right? Because as Chimamanda was saying, stories matter, yes? Both propagandists, journalists, writers, all of them use stories. All these stories are important, but the difference between each story is how much power lies behind it. How power is used in order to instrumentalize a story for cutting parts of the truth. And I think that remembering this very powerful quote applies very well to the situation in the Western Balkans and in Bosnia that I very much well known, and I also wrote about it. Stories can be used to empower, but stories can be used also to disempower. Stories can humanize, but stories can also dehumanize. And I think this is the difference between the writer and the journalist or other people who use stories, especially in this disinformation field, right, that we are all experiencing. Writers are the ones that are never using stories to dehumanize. Writers are the ones seeking for what is connecting us, the pain that we feel, the tears that we have, the joys that we have beyond nationality and beyond propaganda, right? Writers sometimes make also propaganda. Sometimes writers are hired by governments and paid to use their stories for cutting parts of the truth. So because of that, I believe that our responsibility in this committee and in this discussion is also to make a difference between writers that are not aware that are being instrumentalized to cut parts of truth, and to remind them that maybe what's best for them is to keep faith in their literature, not in the politicized use of the literature. And just to come again to Chimamanda, and I just wanted to end with that, stories are about relations of power, and power is not just the ability to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. And I think in terms of the war in Ukraine, we need to be very careful of not making definitive stories about other people, and to use literature for understanding the other human beings and building commonalities, not engaging into power relations. This is what politicians should do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Luna, now Besale, Huber, then Alix, then Philippe.
Thank you so much. Actually, it's very interesting. I wish I could have attended this discussion before I even wrote my book, because some of the challenges I have had were answered. But well, it is not too late. Still, I will keep writing unless I'm dead. Well, my question, I will throw a question final after reflecting a little bit about my writings. And my reflection is, I had taste of time just to say the truth. My book was actually about my childhood as a child soldier. It was painful for me, and of course I don't think the readers will also enjoy it, but I have to write it. So the challenge was like, should I tell the truth entirely? And what does that mean? Well, for me, I wanted to tell it the way I understood, or I was a child, and I was not there to report it, after all. I was forced to be there, as every other child does. But finally, I had to write it. I wrote the book, and the title is Maqbarat. In my language, it is Maqbarat Qillat Wazan, which means a grave on the top of the hill. So, when I write it, I wrote it like, okay, this is how I understood, and this is how I see, and this is what it meant it was. But finally, people reacted. One of the people who have reacted in the social media, actually he has no name, it's just a slogan, and I should say he's just a social media troll, but I still respect what he said. And he said, who gave you the permission to mention my uncle in your book? And his uncle was my teacher, who has changed my name from the Saleh into Despele, who has cut my father's name from Barakhat Ab into Barakhat in his own wish. So when he asked me who gave you the permission, I replied to him, your uncles did give me the permission. And if you are a man, just unveil your identity and go to the court and swim after the court, then we're going to see what happens. So, in Eritrea now, the context behind what I'm speaking is where we are forced to say black is white, according to what the regime wanted us to say. Or it is not that people are forced to say so. It is the brainwash, it is the indoctrination. Yesterday I told you that Eritrea is at the very least freedom of expression. But big artists in Eritrea, they were in a TV for a discussion, and they were saying the censorship in Eritrea is not enough. It should be tightened even more. The artists, I'm saying, the poets, the writers, the filmmakers, in the discussion, and I don't believe most of my friends, they say, okay, what else do you want to say do you want them to say while they are in Eritrea? But for me, it was not so. They internalized it. So they accepted the situation. And they are saying it is, and the context that they are bringing is that if we speak about untimely truths, then we will go into a chaos. The nation will not be there. So this is what I call the test of time. Chimamanda Adichie was mentioned, the speaker before me, and you should listen to her amazing lecture. It is in TED Speakers. It's about the danger of single stories, and here it comes as well in my situation. But now my question goes to the panelists. Where exactly can we reconcile the test of time or the untimely truths and what we wanted to express? Because we have to express, we have to write. Otherwise, we have nothing to, we are writers, so we're supposed to write. But how can we reconcile between the truths we wanted to tell and the truths the readers or the public wanted us to speak?
Thank you, Saleh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Saleh, I thank you
deeply from my heart for your speech. You made me cry, you made me think again, and I just want to say that discussion about truth in writing is ongoing and never ending. And it's very important that around this table and in the audience, I believe, we all were on this position that nobody of us possess the truth. Nobody of us actually can somehow master the truth. But what is really important to remember that many people are accustomed to shortening the substance. And in shortening complex things, Mimi is with me, thank you. Yeah, and in this attempt to shortening, to make the complex story simple, we lose very often the substance, the most important, the main thing. Because the world is not simple. And my understanding is that as writers, I don't know how about journalists, but as writers, we have to be prepared for complex coherence or coherent complexity. And this is actually the task of the generation, to come back to this coherent complexity, because the pop culture and the media culture of our times is very simplistic.
Thank you so much. Now it is Alice Parodi from Pen Suisse Roman.
Bon, cette fois-ci, je ne vais pas vous parler en anglais, mais vraiment en français. Je voudrais tout d'abord relever des anecdotes que j'ai vécues comme prof de français, de littérature française. J'ai fait venir Butor dans ma classe autour du roman La Modification. Et à un moment donné, j'ai une élève qui se lève et qui s'adresse à Butor et qui lui dit « Cécile, qu'est-ce qu'elle est devenue ?» Et puis, il lui répond « Mais Cécile, c'est un personnage fictionnel. » Elle le regarde et lui dit « Vous êtes un traître, vous m'avez tué, parce que moi je suis Cécile. » Véridique, 1980. J'ai eu un élève polonais et, disons, je suis de la génération, j'ai été élève de Lacan, mais quand même, je mets toujours le contexte historique avant de commencer de parler d'un auteur. Et donc, je ne me rappelle plus lequel, et j'avais un élève polonais. Et tout d'un coup, il se lève et il me dit « Mais madame, vous êtes en train de mentir. Ce n'était pas du tout comme ça, historiquement. » Je lui dis « Mais comment ?» Et le lendemain, il arrive avec son livre d'histoire qu'il avait eu à l'école en Pologne avant de venir à Genève. Et donc, avec tous les élèves, j'avais 19 nationalités, c'est Genève, et donc je leur ai dit « Apportez votre livre de vos pays et on va comparer. » On n'a pas trouvé un point commun. Maintenant, je voudrais aussi alors vous rappeler au niveau de la littérature. Lisez Le neveu de Rameau de Diderot. N'oubliez pas qu'il manifeste l'écart entre la réflexion philosophique et la réalité quotidienne. Je pense que c'est quand même un ouvrage fondamental. Et puis maintenant, je vais me permettre de vous lire, je l'ai retrouvé, comme quoi on râle contre ces petits objets. Mais c'est un objet très démocratique. Pensez au Sahel. Au Sahel, il y a des termites. Pensez en Tanzanie. Quand on envoie des livres, Salon du livre, après 3 mois, il n'y a plus de livres. C'est les termites qui les ont bouffés. Par contre, si vous envoyez un panneau solaire, ils peuvent se brancher, ils peuvent accéder au littré, à l'encyclopédie et à tout. Donc, comme toujours, il y a toujours le pour et le contre autour d'un objet. On n'est pas tout blanc, tout blanc. Il y a toujours l'envers de la médaille. On a les qualités de ses défauts et les défauts de ses qualités. Simplement, donc, j'ai retrouvé un petit résumé d'un cours autour d'Umberto Eco. Et je vous lis juste puisqu'il a été mentionné. Umberto Eco a beaucoup réfléchi au lien entre réalité et fiction. Dans sa vision, la fiction narrative nous permet d'approfondir la connaissance du monde. D'accord, écoute. Umberto Eco a beaucoup réfléchi au lien entre réalité et fiction. Dans sa vision, la fiction narrative nous permet d'approfondir la connaissance du monde. Grâce au récit, nous donnons de l'ordre, du sens aux expériences de la réalité. Nous appliquons le même processus et les mêmes compétences que ceux que nous utilisons... Attendez, pardon, là, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? J'ai les mains qui tremblent, j'aime pas parler en public, je suis une bavarde avec peu de gens. Nous appliquons les mêmes compétences que ceux que nous utilisons lorsque nous lisons et analysons un roman. L'une des fonctions de la fiction narrative est de nous permettre de nous donner du sens à tout ce qui se passe dans notre vie. À travers la narration des faits, les récits nous demandent de les interpréter pour chercher à leur attribuer un sens. La narrativité nous offre la possibilité d'expliquer tout ce qui nous arrive par le biais des expériences affectives et cognitives mûries grâce à des œuvres fictionnelles. Un lecteur qui lit un roman actualise son contenu. Son analyse ne se limite pas aux aspects formels et aux structures internes. Au contraire, il affirme qu'un rôle décisif revient à son exégète. Il s'agit de formuler des stratégies et de parcours de sens afin d'interpréter l'ouvrage par rapport à son bagage culturel et aux horizons d'attente de son époque. Merci. Et la dernière chose, par rapport à Salil, je me souviens, à l'aéroport de Genève, je donnais un cours de comportement à la police qui recevait les réfugiés pour leur expliquer que rien que leur uniforme faisait peur aux réfugiés et que s'ils se présentaient avec un sourire et quelque chose de plus humain, ils auraient les véritables histoires des réfugiés. Ils avaient tellement peur de la police qu'ils inventaient des histoires alors que la leur n'avait pas besoin d'être inventée parce qu'elle était horrible. Donc c'était la réponse à ce que disait Salil. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Alix. Voilà, tu as mentionné l'empathie, tu as mentionné qu'il faut aussi le lecteur. Oui. Oui, le lecteur. Donc, I'm sorry now, I'm switching these languages like my predecessors. Maybe it's easier for me to say it in English. The thing is that we are writing, we are saying something, the journalists are writing, but on the other side we have the reader, and the reader invents its own story. And this is it, just to be tolerant towards the other, the story of the other, not to be afraid. Now, the next speaker is please Philippe Pujas, French pen.
Bonjour. Je voudrais dire d'abord à Tonné Perchac, qui ne sera pas venu pour rien cet après-midi, parce que je vais lui apporter une réponse définitive à la question qui se posait tout à l'heure sur la dégradation de la littérature à l'écriture. J'espère qu'il sera à la fin convaincu de ce que j'ai dit. Voilà. Bon, alors, ce que je voulais dire, justement, on a parlé de Balzac tout à l'heure. Balzac, une association d'écrivains, la Société des gens de lettres en France, avait commandé une sculpture de Balzac à notre grand sculpteur de l'époque, qui était Rodin. Rodin a fait appel à un paysan de sa région de Touraine pour avoir bien le masque de Balzac. Il en a fait une série considérable et il a produit ensuite une sculpture d'une puissance considérable dont la Société des gens de lettres n'a pas voulu. Sans doute parce qu'il était trop réaliste. Alors voilà. Je reviens dans le texte qui est dans notre recueil. Tania Touma a un aphorisme qui est magnifique, évidemment, qui est la vérité de l'art est plus vraie que la vérité des faits. Ah oui, ça c'est vrai parfois, mais est-ce que ça l'est toujours aujourd'hui? Nous sommes submergés de fausses informations, de fausses nouvelles, de faux récits. Rien n'est moins sûr. Boris Novak disait aussi ce matin que l'usage des mots précède la guerre. Et c'est vrai, quand on imagine ce qui s'est passé ces dernières années, considérant l'usage des réseaux sociaux par la Russie, par exemple, on voit bien que cet usage, d'une certaine manière, a préparé la manière dont la Russie allait alimenter son propre récit sur l'Ukraine. Je ne veux pas m'en tenir à là. On se souvient tous de la manière dont Bush Junior a préparé et conduit la guerre en Irak. Alors, je veux juste dire que, en matière d'imagination, la littérature est largement dépassée par les gens qui inventent des nouvelles et qui créent leur propre récit, qui est un récit contre lequel nous ne pourrons jamais rien parce que nous sommes trop faibles et trop peu imaginatifs. Mais ce qui me frappe, je vais simplement en finir là, c'est que, en réalité, il y a de plus en plus d'écrivains, de littérateurs, ou même d'autres auteurs de récits artistiques, je pense notamment au cinéma, qui accordent une importance majeure aujourd'hui au récit documentaire. Et ça n'est pas pour rien. Je crois qu'il y a là un besoin de revenir à des réalités, à des vérités élémentaires, et qu'on a autant besoin de cela maintenant que de l'imagination que nos romans peuvent rapporter. Et je pense notamment à deux grands prix Nobel de littérature, qui sont évidemment Svetlana Alexievitch, dont toute l'œuvre est une œuvre de non-fiction, et je pense aussi au dernier prix Nobel de littérature, qui est la française Annie Ernaux, dont toute l'œuvre est bâtie aussi sur des œuvres de non-fiction.
Prav tako izhaja iz nefikcijskega dela, gre za povsem različne registre, ena je iz socialnega, druga iz intimnega, ampak očitno je, da tu obstaja neka potreba, da stvari povemo drugače kot skozi domišljijo. In zaključujem s filmom. V Franciji, seveda kot številne druge evropske države, nas zelo prizadeva vprašanje beguncev, migrantov. In to, kar me najbolj se me dotaknilo in mi dalo vedeti, kakšna je stvarnost migrantov, je ravno film. Imamo dokumentarne filme in tu mislim na enega, ki sem ga videl pred kratkim, ki je govoril o migrantih, ki so prišli v Francijo in s katerimi so se pogovarjali nekaj mesecev po prihodu, ko so jih spraševali, to osebo, kako je potovala, kako je bila sprejeta v Libiji, o škandaloznosti tega tretmaja v Libiji, in nikjer drugje tega nisem začutil tako neposredno kot ravno v teh dokumentarnih filmih in verjamem, da sem zdaj prepričal tudi jaz Toneta, tako kot je on mene.
Next speaker.
Naslednja je Teresa Kadete iz portugalskega Pina. Drage kolegice in kolegi, sedaj bom govorila francosko, zaradi tega, ker mi je všeč francoščina, kot tudi francoska literatura. To pomeni, da nikoli nisem hotela poučevati literature, ker jaz delam literaturo, proizvajam literaturo in želim povedati, kaj mi je všeč, kaj mi ni všeč in seveda želim tudi razložiti, zakaj mi je kak roman všeč in kakšen ne. V začetku pandemije in vojne je bil na mizi 7. roman, je še vedno na mizi. ker potrebujem distanco za ustvarjanje, zato da premagam ta molk. Mislim, da je potrebno zgostiti stvari, dichten. In Schiller je dejal, die Wahrheit lebt in der Täuschung fort. To pomeni, resnica živi v iluziji. Škoda, da Hermana ni tukaj, kajti eden izmed najljubših romanov je roman Jose Donosa, ki se imenuje Hiša na podeželju, Casa de Campo. Je to kdo bral? Ti, Alex. Zame je to najbolj gosta zgodba, najbolj ganljiva o Pinochetovi diktaturi. Treba je pustiti nekaj časa, da vse to premagamo. Diplomo sem delala o španski državljanski vojni in moram reči, da potrebujem tudi cone tišine. To potrebujejo pisatelji in sedaj govorim kot avtorica in ne kot profesorica literature, kar nikoli nisem hotela biti. Hvala lepa, Teresa, kadete. Še kdo? Ali želi še kdo spregovoriti o resnici? Kajti sicer pozdravljamo Janeza Pfeifferja, nekdanjega župana Bleda, ki nas je vedno peljal na grad. Dobrodošli tukaj. Torej, želi še kdo besedo? Želi še kdo govoriti o resnici v literaturi ali novinarstvu? Kajti sicer bi imeli sedaj čas za drugi krog kave. No, še en krog s podijem in potem pa gremo lahko na kavo. No, kaj bi raje, kavo ali še en krog razprave in potem kavo? Tega, kar pove publika, ne slišimo in ne moremo tolmačiti. Nekoliko bi stvari poglobila. Ta projekt pričevanja v Ukrajini. Avtorji so nehali pisati fikcijo in sedaj pišejo zgodbe posameznikov. Irina, kako to gre? Zakaj so postali pisatelji, ki dokumentirajo stvari? Torej, naj povem, čez 5 do 10 minut bom moral oditi, ne zato, ker pač ne bi hotel biti tukaj, temveč ker sem dogovorjen za intervju. No, to je pač dejstvo. Mi smo slišali o Svetlani Aleksijevič. No, v prvih mesecih velike invazije so se na mnoge Ukrajince obrnili partnerji iz tujine, jih prosili za komentarje, za sodelovanje na dogodkih na Zoomu, zato da bi poročali s terena. To je tako, kot če bi nerojen otrok spraševal, kako je, ko se rojevaš. Naprimer, tu so spraševali, kako se počutite, ko vas bodo morda ubili čez kak dan. Vse to se dogajajo medtem, ko krvavimo. Mi razlagamo, govorimo medtem, ko krvavimo. To je smešna situacija. Ne samo, da ni normalna, huje kot to je. Mnogi moji kolegi torej, če bi Putin hotel kratko renesanso ukrajinske kulture, tako kot je to storil Stalin leta 1931. Zato je zaprl 1500 izpostavljenih umetnikov iz Ukrajine. Če bi to hoteli ponoviti danes, bi verjetno moral zapreti 5000 oseb, 10 000 ljudi, ker nas je pač veliko, bistveno več kulturnikov kot nekoč. In mnogi kolegi mislijo, da so brez moči in kaj lahko storijo. In tako so odločili pisatelji, skladatelji in tako naprej, da gredo na teren, da postanejo velike oči in velika ušesa in da poskušajo absorbirati čim več izkušenj in resničnega življenja, zato da to ohranijo, zato da to spremenijo v sporočila, v zgodbe, ki bi bile sicer izgubljene. To je kot ponujanje sendvičev beguncem, vendar gre za to, da se gleda v oči drugemu, da se da pomoč. Že to je bilo pomembno, že nekaj človeškega. Ko je minilo nekaj mesecev, sem videla, kako kolegi razmišljajo o tem, da imamo nekaj teritorijev, ki so okupirane. Kaj pa, če bi šli tja in poslušali ljudi? Kaj ti dostikrat preveč traumatizirani ljudje ne začnejo govoriti, vendar včasih je potrebno imeti ta svobodna ušesa, zato da se ljudje začnejo z njimi pogovarjati. To je tudi nekaj terapevtskega. Zaradi številnih razlogov je nevidna Ukrajina postajala vidna. In to je ena izmed najbolj dokumentiranih vojn. Imamo veliko arhivov in vsak je svojim pametnim telefonom lahko poročevalec z terena. To delajo ne samo pisatelji, temveč tudi drugi in kolegi iz Zahoda Ukrajine so napovedali konferenco o projektih ustne zgodovine, ki se dogajajo v različnih delih Ukrajine. Želijo izmenjati izkušnje, se pogovarjati tudi z teoretiki za ustno zgodovino. Neki ustni zgodovinari so za določene stvari rekli, to ni mogoče, najprej mora biti konec vojne in potem lahko začnemo z našim projektom. Dejstvo je, da so nekateri tudi proti, ker je vse to zelo nevarno. Treba je v bistvu stalno stvari objavljati, kajti sicer bi bile stvari tudi izgubljene pred objavo. Projektov za beleženje zgodovine je zelo veliko. Tu ne gre samo za velika imena, kot naprimer Viktorija Melina, temveč gre za mnoge druge. Dejstvo je, da v vojni ljudje v kulturi vidijo zaščito, ni pa to neka usporedna resničnost. Treba je zaščititi kulturo, jo uživati in tudi proizvajati. In kar sedaj opazujem je naslednje. Naši ukrajinski pisatelji hočejo, da se nadaljuje tudi ustvarjanje, ne samo uničevanje, temveč tudi ustvarjanje in to je zelo pomembno. Hvala lepa. Hvala lepa, Irina. Katrin Biske, bi vi prevzeli besedo?
Gracias. Quería compartir un poco la visión.
Hvala lepa. Naj povem, kaj se dogaja z narativom oziroma zgodbo o Kubi. Mnogi Kubanci živijo v totalitarnem režimu in živijo v istem narativu. V Kubi smo v 60-ih letih zaostajali. Kubanski narativ je sledil sovjetskemu. Danes pa prihaja do razkroja tega komunizma. Ta narativ pa je še vedno tukaj. Mi smo gradili kubanski spomin in to je velika naloga. Komunisti in zgodovinarji v Kubi so se učili tudi z literaturo. Novinarstvo je imelo do sedaj vedno občutek, da obstaja samo uradni narativ. Kubanci v Kubi pa še vedno živijo v okviru tega narativa in s cenzuro neodvisnih medijev. Tu imamo še en problem. Ta narativ s to kubansko literaturo, kjer so povedali zgodbo Kube, vse to je ogrozilo tudi medije. Kaj hočejo vedeti o Kubi, kakšni interesi so tukaj. Tu imamo dvojne probleme, osebne probleme, ker mi moramo pač govoriti v nekem narativu, ki skriva resnico, potem pa imamo veliki narativ, ki prihaja iz mednarodne industrije. Torej, obstajajo stvari, ki jih svet ve, vendar to je folklora. Ta nas dehumanizira, nam jemlje dušo, postajamo proizvod a la Latin lover in počutimo se kot prostitutke. To nam jemlje kulturo. To, kar je pred nami, je velika naloga. V neodvisnem sektorju morajo novinarji ponovno zgraditi ta spomin. Komunistični režim je izpravil naše spomine, vzel nam je tradicije in sedaj pravzaprav je pred nami velika naloga. Olga, ali boste govorili v imenu mednarodnega ali ukrajinskega pena? Vi povejte. Rada bi pravzaprav podprla Irenine besede in to, kar je povedala o ustvarjalnosti in dokumentiranju. Tudi jaz sem kurator za muzeje v Ukrajini, delam tudi na področju dokumentiranja in sprožili smo tudi projekt na začetku velike vojne, tako temu namreč rečemo. Vzpostavili smo krizni center za muzeje, ki podpira manjše muzeje na vzhodu, zato da tam ostanejo tudi strokovni delavci, ki bi sicer izgubili svoja dela. Potem imamo projekt ranjene kulture. Tu gre za dokumentiranje prvih vtisov, imamo pa tudi ustne intervjuje tu se veliko govori o tem, kako naj to metodološko ocenimo. Irina, dobro, da ste to omenili. Obstajajo namreč različni pristopi, različne šole. Tradicionalno tega namreč niso upoštevali. Naprimer tega, da se intervjuja traumatizirane ljudi in sedaj moramo to seveda na drugačen način evaluirati. No, sedaj pa bom spet skočila v kožo pisateljice. No, tu gre za vprašanje, kdo govori v imenu koga. Mi imamo odbor za pisatelje v zaporu in to je morda najbolj pomemben vidik. Tu gre za iskanje resnice. Spomnimo se tudi gibanja Black Lives Matter, ko so se tudi ljudje spraševali, v imenu koga lahko govorijo. Jaz sem slišala danes, ko ste pač govorili z osebo na Krimu, ki je rekla, jaz sem Rus. Dobro, zakaj pa niste govorili še z Ukrajincem? Torej, mi se moramo vedno vprašati, kdo govori v imenu koga. Še en citat. Tatarski aktivist z Krima je dejal pred kratkim, Krim je zanj dom domovin in zaradi tega ga brani. Se pravi, je dom domovin. Še kdo, prosim? Želi še kdo besedo? Kaj ti sicer bom zastavila Andreji vprašanje in prosila Toneta za zaključne besede in potem bi pa imeli kavo, če se strinjate.
No, torej, želela sem vprašati Andreja, Bošnjaki so doživeli eksodus med vojno, številni so odšli v tujino, veliko otrok in najstnikov je prišlo v drugačna kulturna okolja in zdaj razmišljam o Saši Stanišiću, ki je prejemnik nemške literarne nagrade. Kako ta grozljivi čas v Bosni, ta 4 leta, kako se to odraža v književnosti? In ali mladi ljudje berejo to literaturo?
Switch it off. Yeah.
I don't know, it's blinking at me.
It's okay.
No,
It's
it's
fine
okay.
now, yeah. Just do it.
I think Salil was doing it and I didn't realize.
No, torej. Eksodus se še dogaja, še vedno ogromno ljudi odhaja iz Bosne, Bosna se prazni. Ampak tisti, ki so odšli med vojno in tisti, ki so bili rojeni bosanskim staršem v tujini, kar nekaj med njimi jih piše. In pogosto pišejo v jeziku držav, kjer zdaj živijo. Kar nekaj med njimi pa je ohranilo tesne vezi z Bosno. In v tem trenutku vidimo nek zanimiv fenomen, ko imamo književnost, ki pripada na nek način nekemu policentrističnemu polisistemu, torej iz različnih držav, iz različnih jezikov, torej ta dela v teh jezikih pripadajo seveda tem literaturam v teh jezikih, ampak so prevedena v bosanščino in funkcionirajo tudi v bosanskem polisistemu. Ne prevajajo jih sami avtorji najpogosteje, ampak pač prevajalci iz tistih jezikov in drugače funkcionirajo v Bosni, kot delujejo drugi njihovi druga njihova dela. Saša Stanišić je nemški pisatelj, kot otrok je prišel v Nemčijo, ampak njegovi romani v polisistemu Bosne v prevodu funkcionirajo kot, da so v aktivnem pogovoru z književnostjo, ki se zapisuje lokalno. In štejemo jih na nek način za svoja dela. Aleksandar Hemon je drug tak primer, starejši pisatelj, je izrazito ameriški pisatelj, ampak vendarle funkcionira ravno zaradi tega, ker je pisal tudi v bosanščini, ker je pisal eseje, kolumne. In on ima to dvojno identiteto in celo njegova prevedena dela se zaznavajo kot del bosanske, bošnjaške literature. Vsi mi iz nekdanje Jugoslavije, iz držav nekdanje Jugoslavije, smo poznali ta fenomen večjezičnosti. Že v 19. stoletju so naši pisatelji bili večjezični, so pisali v drugih jezikih in zdaj smo kot na nek način spet v tej situaciji. In zdi se, kot da je to nekaj običajnega že v preteklosti in tudi zdaj pišemo v različnih jezikih in imamo to policentrično književnost, za katero pa vendarle čutimo, da pripada nam, da je naša.
Thank you so much, Andreja.
Hvala lepa, Andreja. Čisto na kratko bom tole pokomentirala. Tudi v Sloveniji imamo dve ženski pisateljici. Eno iz začetka 20. stoletja, ki je potovala po svetu, Alma Karlin, bila je takrat zelo popularna pisateljica popotniške fikcije, še najbolj seveda v nemščini. Zdaj, v novejšem času pa Majo Haderlap, ki je prav tako članica PEN-a, napisala je izjemno knjigo o partizanih na avstrijskem Koroškem, torej v nemščini. Avstrijščini oziroma nemščini, je tudi prevedena, avtorica, pomembna za slovensko književnost. Ker najbrž ni nikogar več med Tonetom, mano in kavo, bom Toneta prosila, da pove nekaj besed za konec. Ti si imel to idejo o resnici, o debati o resnici, morda nam lahko poveš nekaj stavkov za zaključek tega pogovora.
V bistvu s to temo na nek način sprožil to vprašanje, zdaj tako rekel, o avtonomiji literature in umetnosti glede na resničnost, na stvarnost. Zato mogoče bi se odzval samo na ene dve pripombe, tri. Ena je, če sem prav razumel kolegu Filipa Požaja, ko mi je na nek način repliciral s primerom dokumentarne proze in dokumentarnega filma, ne? Češ, da na nek način zanika to mojo trditev. Ne? Res je, ne, da je dokumentarne filme in dokumentarna proza, pa recimo zlasti na televizijah, tudi pri nas v Sloveniji, postajajo zelo popularni in imajo zelo pogosto več gledalcev, kot jih imajo igrani filmi. Ne? Kar je gotovo in zanimivo in dobro. Res je pa po mojem mnenju tudi to, ne, da je tudi dokumentarni film vedno stvar izbire. Ne? Ko avtor dela dokumentarni film, izbere določene vidike in vemo, da zlasti kamera, ne, je izjemno sredstvo manipulacije, ne, v dobrem in slabem pomenu besede. To poznamo vsi, ki smo kdaj slučajno nastopali na televiziji. Ne? Kamerman te lahko naredi antipatičnega, lahko te naredi pa z neskončno simpatičnega. Ne? In tako naprej. Ne? Da ne govorim seveda o izbiri gradiva. Kar je pomembno recimo pri nas, ne? In verjamem, da tudi v drugih bivših republikah Jugoslavije, je pri tem pogosto problem, zlasti kadar gre za preteklost, ne? Za iskanje neke resnice v preteklosti. Zakaj? Ne? Včasih dobimo občutek, ne, da smo do neke mere barbarske države, ne, iz enega preprostega razloga. Ko je prihajalo do osamosvojitve Slovenije, to je bil proces, ki je trajal nekaj let pravzaprav, ampak v zadnjem času, ne, to je v bistvu evidentirano, dokazano, ne, je tajna služba bivša uničila zelo velik del dokumentov, arhivskega gradiva. Ne. Ampak ne samo tajna služba. Ko je nastala neodvisna Slovenija, je novi šef, tedaj že slovenske tajne službe, ne, tajne varnostne službe, odtujil nekaj dokumentov iz arhiva. Se pravi, da se je v nekem zelo kratkem času zgodila kar izdatna manipulacija z gradivi, skozi katera bi lahko nekdo kot zgodovinar ali pa tudi kot pisatelj pravzaprav prišel do zelo pomembnih informacij o preteklosti v nekdanji državi. Ne? Ker mi vsi, seveda tudi pisatelji, vključno z mano, se pogosto vračamo v čas pred našo osamosvojitvijo, pred nastankom sedanjih držav. Drugo se mi zdi, kar je pomembno, jaz sem svoje čase 2 leti pa pol približno živel v Bosni in Hercegovini, tam sem bil v službi in zato imam do Bosne in Hercegovine nek poseben, kako bi rekel, emocionalen odnos in zato zelo veliko literature berem, ki jo pišejo, pa z nekaterimi imam tudi osebne stike, bosanski avtori. Ne? In moram reči, da se mi iz literature, se meni zdi, zvedel veliko več resnice, kot pa skozi politične, pa to, kako že pač je zgodovinopisne interpretacije tega dogajanja traumatičnega v Bosni in Hercegovini od leta 92 do 96 in tako naprej. Ne? In zaradi tega pravzaprav trdim, in to vedno, da če nas zanima nek določen zgodovinski čas, zgodovinsko obdobje, je treba brati literaturo iz tistega časa, ne? Pa literaturo, ki nastaja neposredno za tem. Jaz imam občutek, da kar vem o srednjem veku, sem vse zvedel z literature, ne? Z tistega časa. Ne? Da ne govorim o kakšnem drugem obdobju romantike in tako naprej. Ne? Tako da, ker ne glede na to, ne, da kot sem rekel, s tem bom končal zdaj, da dobri pisatelji največkrat ne opisujejo dejanskih dogodkov, ne? Se pravi nekih primerov, ki so se resnično zgodili, je vendarle literatura zlasti dobra, zelo avtentično pričevanje, ne? O času, o dogajanju v nekem določenem trenutku, zato se mi zdi tako vredna, ne? Tako pomembna in zato se bojim, ne, da bo literatura izgubila na nek način svojo vlogo in svojo zavezujočnost, da tako rečem. Hvala.
Thank you so much, Tone.
Hvala lepa, Tone. To so bile zadnje besede. S tvoje strani, ampak zadnjo besedo se bojim, bo imela ženska. Alix, izvoli, prosim, ne bodi predolga. Vsi si želijo kaj. Mikrofon.
Pardon. I want to remember.
Želela bi vas spomniti na dokumentarec Temišvar o Čaušeskuju, ko smo šele 20 let potem ugotovili, da je šlo za montažo in za manipulacijo. Skratka, v tem dokumentarcu je bilo ogromno manipuliranih. Ko v družinskem krogu govorite o svojih spominih, koliko večerji se konča z sporom, ker se ne morete strinjati o tem, kaj se je dogajalo v preteklosti, kdo ima prav. V Setu sem bila na nekem sestanku geopolitičnem učiteljev, ki še vedno poučujejo po državah o Južni Ameriki. In eden od ustanoviteljev časnika Le Monde Diplomatique je 5 ur govoril o tem, kako so danes novinarji manipulirani, kako novice vedno prihajajo iz istega mesta in s katerimi besedami se pokaže, ali ste bolj desni ali bolj levi. Torej, strinjam se s tem, kar ste povedali. Književnost je tisto, kar govori o času, pa tudi zasebni arhivi. Imamo francosko združenje za avtobiografije, kjer ljudje pustijo svoja besedila, potem pa pisatelji ali različne skupine vzamejo posamezno temo in pogledajo, kaj so ljudje o tem pisali. To so družinski zapiski, dnevniki in tako naprej. In tam imate potem dejanski občutek o nekem določenem obdobju. Hvala lepa, Alex. Filip Pujas bi tudi še rad nekaj povedal. Ogreli smo se. Čisto na kratko. Ko govorim o dokumentarcu, ne gre o dokumentarcih za televizijo. Gre za to, in to ugotavljam tudi v Franciji, gre za resnične filmarje, ki menijo, da je njihov najboljši način, da interpretirajo stvarnost, so dokumentarci in ne fikcije. To so resnični, pomembni, veliki režiserji. O tem sem govoril, to sem imel v mislih. Hvala lepa, Filip. No, torej, če ni nič drugega povedati, potem vas bom prosila, res zaploskajte močno tudi našim tolmačem, ki se zahvaljujejo za aplavz. Še enkrat, zelo so se trudili in skušali prenesti sporočilo v tem raznovrstnem, raznolikem okolju, tudi na našem blejskem srečanju. Še ena logistična zadeva. Danes zvečer ob 8 smo gostje župana Bleda, ki ste ga spoznali danes zjutraj, Antona Mežana. In pozor, restauracija se imenuje Špica. Če vprašate na recepciji, je tukaj v bližini, skratka, restauracija Špica. Ob 8 zvečer se dobimo v Špici, jutri zjutraj ob 9. Razmišljajte o brainstormingu, zakaj sploh smo tukaj, zakaj odbor za mir, mirovni odbor, in nadaljevali bomo do petka, tako rekoč. Hvala še enkrat.